Hello. All right, this is just a kind of unplanned, spur of the moment sort of thing. To be honest, I had other plans tonight and they've been canceled, so I thought might as well stream some theory crafting stuff and hang out with some of my fans. Hello, David. How you doing? Sorry to hear that, Jacob, but luckily you're here and in good company, I hope. All right, so this is going to be kind of theory crafting. I don't have a video scheduled, but I'm kind of working on one, and since I'm going to be working on it anyways, may as well work on it in front of you guys. Oh, David, you played Littlefinger in the Kriegspiel. Oh, wow. Okay, awesome. Wow, that's a throwback. It feels like forever ago. I did not foresee this becoming my path, but here we are. Anyways, so what I'm going to be kind of doing this stream is, so I did the Illyrio video, sorry, the Varys video, right? And now I'm working through Illyrio, so I can kind of show you guys like my process, my research process of how I do this. I've got a notepad here, very simple notepad, where I need to take complicated notes, or if I want to pull quotes for things that I want to highlight later, or sometimes I'll take quotes for things that I'm noticing while I'm reading that are unrelated to the theory. So what's an example here? Yeah, like Tyrion won a Game of Thrones. Tyrion is in, sorry, I don't know if you guys can read this. You know, Tyrion has this book about dragons and Dragonbone. I'm postulating that maybe this is Barth's book on dragons, the one that's been missing for ages. So I just kind of take these kinds of notes, and this is how I'm able to pull all of these like really obscure quotes out of nowhere. Is I'm just like taking notes as I'm reading, and with each read through I'm looking for different things, and so I notice different things while I'm reading. And I take notes, like I said, while I'm reading, that's you know, just kind of my running commentary on things. So for example, in Daenerys won a Game of Thrones, I'm reading through for Illyrio. Magister Illyrio deals in Dragonbone. And then I'm noticing, wait, Dragonbone, the cat's paw dagger is Dragonbone. Does that mean that Illyrio is connected to the Dragonbone cat's paw dagger? You know, I don't know. And I just kind of leave that comment hanging there, and then later I think I took a note about Dragonbone. Where is it? Oh yeah, super important description of her clothing, yeah. So I'm like giving myself notes as I go. Ah, right, yeah, Viserys has a Dragonbone brooch holding his hair back, right? Another reference to Dragonbone. And then I think at one point I did a full-on search for anything Dragonbone. Where was it? I took a note of it somewhere here. Oh yeah, Kotho gifts Daenerys a dragonbone bow at the wedding. Where did Kotho get a dragonbone bow from? Right? This is a weapon for kings, right? It's being gifted to Khal Drogo, the greatest Dothraki Khal who ever lived, right? He's got the biggest horde of all time. And this random blood rider, I guess, gives him a dragonbone bow. We know that other gifts in the wedding aren't from the people that are giving them, right? The handmaidens are from Illyrio, not from the people who actually give them. Could the dragonbone bow be from the guy who deals in dragonbone? Right? And so that's kind of where my head is going. And then I'm like, okay, wait, how many other references to dragonbone do we have in the books? And then I'm like, okay, so there's dragonbone in Tyrion 2 Game of Thrones. And dragonbones are greatly prized by the Dothraki, and he's just giving that away. I don't know. Seems a little weird. These kinds of things like pop up to me while I'm reading. I'm like, oh, that's weird, but I don't really know what it means. And so I just keep going, and I let these things kind of sit, and I try to piece it together at the end. Here I'm taking notes of what else is in the books that Tyrion saved from Winterfell. So lots of jumping around, because that's kind of what Game of Thrones does when you read it, and you have to kind of piece together all this jumping around yourself. I know I did the dragonbone bit. I'm trying to find it, and man, I just went on a complete tangent with the cat's paw here. Plus, like, piecing together bits of the cat's paw. Oh yeah. Here's my notes on dragonbone. It seems to be even rarer than Valyrian steel, because there's fewer mentions of dragonbone in the series than there are of Valyrian steel in the series, like by a wide sort of margin. There's only 3. And all of A Song on Ice and Fire. One of those is the cat's paw dagger. The other is the dragonbone bow that I just showed you guys. And then the third thing is the handle of the whip that is used to control the Unsullied. It's like this black dragonbone handle on the whip that Daenerys uses to take control of the Unsullied, right? That's the third dragonbone item. I guess actually there's 4, because the dragonbone brooch in what's his name, Viserys's hair in early Game of Thrones. And then yeah, there's the quote on the dragonbone whip. So it's like super rare, and then I'm like, yeah, that's weird. Where are all these people getting dragonbone from? And I'm thinking, like, Magister Illyrio deals in dragonbone. He's the only guy I've seen so far. I mean, maybe on a reread I'll notice somebody else who deals in dragonbone, but I haven't seen anybody else so far who deals in dragonbone. And we also know that he has friends in all of the 9 free cities and even beyond in Vaes Dothrak. So it's not completely, absurd to think that maybe this Kotho guy is one of his connections in Vaes Dothrak, and that's how he got the dragonbone bow. And he's even got friends in the Fabled Lands beside the Jade Sea. So the slave masters having a dragonbone whip coming from Illyrio also isn't that out there. I don't know. I don't have any proof yet, but this is kind of where my mind is going. I just try to collect all these little passing quotes, these little breadcrumbs that George leaves everywhere, and then putting them, trying to put them into one thing. So anyways, that's kind of what I'm doing. I've got a Game of Thrones right here. This is just a Game of Thrones, the raw text. And I've got, oh dear. Got all the other books on standby. Got, where is it? Yeah. I spent some time making my own table of contents with notes of like major things that are happening in each chapter, so I can jump around easily. Okay, I want to figure out what's going on with the cat's paw. I'm going to read Catelyn 3, right? And there we go. There are people saying in the chat, just discovered your videos. Love your Stannis video. Thanks, JCAB. I'm not sure how to say that. Thanks, Von Panda and Harshmallow. Right. So where was I? Right. So I had been reading through Game of Thrones. JJ Snee. All right. I just caught you as I was about to switch back. All right. About your Varys video. Was Illyrio calling Varys a sorcerer not just like a joke or a metaphor? I find the thing where he talks about old powers more convincing than that convo. Yeah, I mean, it could be a joke. Could be. On Panda, what philosophy do you read? A little bit of everything. Let me go over to my bookshelf and get a few titles. Alright, so what philosophy do I read? Kind of everything. I read a lot of the great books, so-called. Mainly my thing is political philosophy, so things that are specifically related to international politics. The great books of international politics is sort of the stuff I read, and that gives me exposure to other philosophers, right? So because like reading about kings and so on is a gateway to discussing Aristotle just generally speaking, or you know, if you study Roman history, you're gonna bump into Cicero eventually because he's kind of like a monolith in ancient Rome. And then, you know, you get kind of curious, like, okay, well, like what did this Cicero guy have to say about things in general? And then you kind of stumble on to other things that he's written that are related to politics, right? So you read De Officiis. That has to do with like the duties of a public servant and also of you know, a leader, like a king or whatever, or Justinian's Digest, right? Getting into what ancient Roman law looked like is sort of the thing. But in terms of what was just sitting on my bookshelf apart from fiction books, which I have a few on my shelf. This is a totally random selection. I've got 4, I would call them, I'm just going to lump them in with, actually, no, this one's not philosophy at all. I just saw Sophocles and I picked it up, but it's actually the three Theban plays. It's Oedipus. That's not philosophy. Art of War, Sun Tzu. I mean, it's kind of practical advice, but it's also kind of like the philosophy of strategy and war. Just in very general terms. Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. Now, this one's going to be a little contentious, but I view this as like kind of a mix of history and philosophy, because he goes into like what causes a war, and you have like the Melian dialogue, right? So, where they discuss the merits of like crushing a weaker state beneath you. So I would regard it as like kind of a mix of philosophy, political philosophy anyway. And then I got John Lewis Gaddis On Grand Strategy. This one's from like 2016, I think. 2018. That's the date I've got in there. And again, it's kind of a mix of history and so on, but it's also like very philosophical and more general about what direction the American state should go for. And the preface is I think supports that notion, right? I'll just read about a little bit of it. He's talking about the Yale History Department. Timothy Snyder wrote On Tyranny, and he's invoking Seneca's On the Shortness of Life. And he's also invoking Karl von Clausewitz on War. So he's trying to put himself with those great books. So, yeah, I would regard it as like kind of philosophical, right? I've just opened up to a random page, and speaking of the Melian dialogue, I've opened up to a page on the Melian dialogue. Page 52, 53 of On Grand Strategy, my edition anyways. He's asking, what harm could there be in continued neutrality? As masters of the sea, the Athenians responded, they required obedience, not friendship, from all islands. The Spartans, known for delay, wouldn't rush to rescue any of them. And he goes on about the Melians. Spirits are indeed shadowy things, and Thucydides took them less seriously than did Herodotus. It's a very philosophical and ponderous tome, although it's a lot shorter than the other thinkers. He gets on with it much quicker. It's only like 300 pages-ish. All right, I've gone on a rant here, so let's go back to the comments. Dirk Laggett. Oh God, Dirk. Sorry. Little specific question out of interest. Just discovered you and tuned in the first time. Do you or did you study law? Your approach on the analysis do give the vibe. Yes. Robin says, keep up the great work. Thanks, Robin. Matthew Paring says, without spoiling what you are working on, do you think you know what Varys is working towards based on your research? I have my ideas, but I don't know. Like, there's a difference between knowing and being, like, what's the word for it? Like, thinking something, right? But more than thinking, like, it's more than speculation, but it's less than knowledge. It's an inkling. I guess I have an inkling of what Varys is working towards. I listed a couple of the possibilities in my video. There's a ton of things. He could be working to install Daenerys in a roundabout way, and like all of this stuff just needs to be done because it's part of Daenerys' prophecy or something. That could be a thing. He could be working towards the Long Night. A couple other people shared that thought. He could be working to end the world on behalf of the Faceless Men or something, or just the god of death in general. He could be worshipping the black goat of Kohor, and he wants to destroy the world. I don't know. Knowing is a strong word, and I would hesitate to say that I know what Varys is working towards, because at the moment I don't have enough information just by analyzing Varys on his own. Maybe I'll get something by looking at the other guys, but yeah, I don't really think so. But I do think I will learn more looking at Illyrio and the others. But yeah, nice question. It's a big question mark for me. Robin says, love your videos. Thanks, Robin. Josh says, any plans to remove those buzzers? I would if I could. I didn't put them in the new video. So, you know, going forward, I won't put loud buzzers in my video. I didn't realize that people would fall asleep to my voice. I didn't realize that you guys thought my voice sounded that calming and relaxing. Haven't really received that comment in real life. So, yeah, this is kind of new to me. It wasn't even something that really crossed my mind. But yeah, I mean, given the fact that I've added more evidence in the recent video, and because of the annoying, like, missing media glitch at the very beginning of the video, which would turn some people off, I might redo the theory as like a bigger 3 or 4 hour video. Like, once I've collected all the evidence from a bunch of different areas, I might revisit the topic and like put it all together, you know what I mean? But not anytime soon, because yeah, that was tough to make. Anyways, moving on. Harshmellow says, does anyone else think Varys is skin changing his little birds? They have no tongues, just like Thistle. Yeah, I don't know. JJ, you mentioned it just now, but yeah, it does kind of seem that Varys might have something to do with the others. Yeah, I don't really know. Silver Lake says, I've watched your Varys video twice. Thank you. I've watched it several times. And you know, I watch all my videos before I upload them to kind of make sure that there's no like really big mistakes. Obviously there's going to be little ones that I miss, but like I don't know how I missed that, because I watched the video right before I uploaded it, and it's right at the start, and somehow I missed the missing media thing. I don't know what happened there. It's embarrassing. Anyways, I'm not a professional video maker, I'm sure you can tell. So yeah, anyways, back to chapter was I even on? Is she pregnant? I already read through all this. I was like halfway through the book when I decided to stream. I think I was in Daenerys 4. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys the Excel chart. Old reliable. This is kind of what it looks like when I'm working on it, and this is kind of what the Varys one looks like as well. So you have an ID for every entry. And then book, instead of writing out the title, I just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that's easier for data processing. And then you can also, when you mark by chapter, you might get something interesting, usually not. And based off of the other video, I realized that, you know, the distinction between private and public was already being taken care of in location. So I didn't need an extra column for it. So I just put that together by inference. And then, yeah, you can filter by audience, and then trueness. I'm going by the same sort of categories of lies that Varys used. I thought that was a useful categorization of different lies, and given that they're partners, it would make sense that they sort of use the same sort of lies, at least I think. And you can see already, right, priming, omission, lie, priming. We don't know this one, but probably not true. Redirection, lie, priming, omission, half-truth, flattery, not meaningful. And you just kind of go through it, right? So you put the statement in just so I can refer to it later, and then I have the explanation or why I did something. So let's go through this. So at the beginning of the story, Viserys is like talking to Daenerys, and they've been given this wonderful clothing and jewelry from Illyrio. Tonight you must look like a princess. This isn't, this is complicated to categorize, right? And this is part of the difficulty, but it's definitely not truthful, right? So I marked it as priming because he's not priming Daenerys, or Viserys, but he is priming Khal Drogo to believe that Dany is this like real princess in this wealthy Targaryen exile by dressing her like one. But in the sort of language that's being used in the chapter, it kind of implies that Illyrio hasn't given her nice things before, which is suspicious. Like she can't remember the feeling of soft clothing, and then this comes up again and again, right? Why didn't she look like a princess before? Why did Illyrio do that to her as a Targaryen exile when he's clearly capable of treating her nicely? Like, money is a non-issue to Illyrio, okay? He somehow pulls out the 3 dragon eggs, Eliza Farman's dragon eggs, which the price of those eggs was like, what, 1/3 of the debt of the entire 7 kingdoms under Jaehaerys. Like these eggs are worth a fortune. Okay, so it would be really trivial for Illyrio to give her something more than brown rags, right? Even outside of, I need to give you a beautiful dress so you can be married to Khal Drogo. Like, why is she dressed in literal rags? And also, why is she sleeping in the stables with the horses? Like, that seems to be where she lives, instead of, like, in the nice part of the estate. Like, why is she being treated like trash? And then all of a sudden, when, now we need to marry you to Khal Drogo, here's all this nice stuff, here's all these riches, right? It's not really lying to Daenerys because he's telling her the truth, like, you must look like a princess tonight, but it's very deceptive. It's a deceptive practice, right? So, and it's also definitely deceiving Khal Drogo because they're bringing Khal Drogo this picture that isn't really true. And then there's other things, right? So here's the first example of like an outright lie. When Daenerys is like, why is Illyrio doing all of this? Which is a good question. Viserys says, the Magister knows that I will not forget my friends when I come into my throne. Which means that Illyrio said that was the reason, which is a lie because we as the readers know that Illyrio intends for Vaegon, a young Griff, to take the throne. So it's for another reason than that, which is a lie. That's the first lie. And then you can also see I mark things as unknown, even when I'm pretty sure it's something else, right? The usurpers hired knives were close behind them, he insisted, though Dany had never seen one. But we know as the readers that Robert never sent assassins and regrets not sending them earlier. This is a big issue that comes up during the small council with Ned. He's like, oh my god, I should have sent somebody earlier. So it's highly implied that Illyrio and or Varys is making Viserys paranoid, but we don't know it for sure, so I marked it as unknown, even though, like, you know, we're pretty sure that this is what's going on. And so you just kind of collect all of this evidence, right? And you can start to categorize things. So this is just a simple count if to see what, you know, at the end of this, it's going to have like, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 different categories of books. But because I've only analyzed Game of Thrones so far, you know, that's what you have. And then you can just turn this into a simple pie chart. And now we can see visually that in terms of the statements that we've analyzed so far, Illyrio's statements are made mainly in the Game of Thrones, and we can also do other things, right? So we can do, let's try a lie counter maybe. How did I do this before? I can show you guys my my Varys data as well. This is the Varys data. It's quite extensive. And the chart section is messy too. Yeah, very, very messy. But I am curious about... yeah, so I also tried to... I took data for like the tells as well, right? So here's all of his tells. One funny thing that I noticed is that every time he says the word grievous, it's a lie. It's like a guaranteed tell. If you wanted to know if Varys has a tell, it's grievous. So when he says, oh, it's grievous sad that Bran fell, that's a lie. But basically what I learned is, like, by categorizing all of these, that if it's noted as like anything different, he's lying more often than not, which is funny. And then had some, yeah, here we go. Okay, so can I steal this? But am I right? We don't want that. We want, oh. We actually want data. Oh dear. Okay. I'm gonna go in the trueness category. I'm just gonna put it to like 300. I don't think Illyrio's made more than 300 statements. Okay, and then we can just do that, and it's all categorized already for us, and we can look at what Illyrio is doing so far. I actually don't know, but this is new for me as well. Let's do data callout and no legend. There we go. Okay, so far it seems like Illyrio, we don't really know a lot about him. I could probably have told you that just by looking at the fact that I'm only in a Game of Thrones. But you know, this is kind of my process, right? Just meticulously going through the data one by one, and it's very slow going, but at the end, it should be able to tell us something. Let me go back to the chat, see if anybody else has said something. All right. Larboga says, who's the most interesting character in A Song of Ice and Fire to you? I imagine it's Varys, and if it is, who's second? Who's the most intriguing character in A Song of Ice and Fire? I mean, Varys is where my interest lies right now, but I think pretty much every character in A Song of Ice and Fire is interesting me for different reasons. Here's an example. Catelyn Stark is an interesting character, but like in a completely different way, right? She's not very mysterious, but she's like emotionally intriguing. How complicated her emotions are, the heart in conflict with itself, like George says. Brienne is also very interesting to me. I really like Brienne as a character, because she's like a genuinely good person in a world that just like sucks. And I just find that such a compelling character trait. I feel like that's really interesting to watch. Like, what does a good person in a grimdark world kind of look like? Yeah, really interesting, but for a different reason than Varys. It doesn't scratch the same itch, right? There's no like grand mystery with Brienne, as far as I know. We're not really doing a whole lot of deduction. We're doing a lot of soul searching. So it's a different kind of intriguing, but still very intriguing. Matthew Paring, we have seen fire elemental powers, and the Rhoynar do water elemental powers. I think the children and weirwoods are earth elemental powers, and my guess is that the moon door is air. It's earth, water, fire, air. The avatar is coming back. Azor Ahai is the avatar. Confirmed. JJ Sneeze says, interesting to realize that A Song of Ice and Fire is characterized as low fantasy when you see how often it's in the background. Though I suppose that is often what low fantasy implies, not a lack of magic, just that it's rare. Yeah, yeah, I mean, A Song of Ice and Fire is actually a lot more high fantasy than I guess we really realize, because it's presented in this low fantasy way. But when you get into it, like, a lot of these things are really high fantasy concepts. Like the glass candles is a very high fantasy token-esque sort of thing, right? It's like the Palantir orbs that Saruman uses. Or, you know, the wall is such a high fantasy thing, but people treat it in the world like it's this very real thing, and it's like, oh, okay. And so you're like, okay, in my head, I'm like, all right, it's low fantasy, but they have like one really weird thing, and then that's how he gets you cooked. He's like, yeah, my story is totally low fantasy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Matthew Paring, you combine elemental powers to do stuff. Fire plus air equals dragon. Maz-Dur was Moonsinger, aka air power. Yeah, I don't know. Fire plus air equals dragon. Fire plus earth equals like dragon stone obsidian, right? So I guess that's another way you can combine elemental powers to do stuff. And then Dragonbone is you know, it's dragon plus iron, which is kind of fire plus earth as well. Interesting theory. Stanklin Supreme, similar to love bombing. I guess you're referring to Daenerys getting showered with all this stuff at the beginning. Yeah, it's kind of similar to love bombing. It's deceptive. AV says Giles Rosby rabbit hole. I haven't gotten there yet. Although people have been mentioning Giles Rosby to me a lot. Yeah. Claire Yun Farron the 13th says, yo, what are we talking about? Right now, this is kind of a generic theory thing. I said at the start of the stream that my plans were canceled, so I was going to do this anyways, and I thought I might as well have fun doing it with you guys and showing you the magic behind the scenes. Spoiler alert, it's not very magical. I'm just actually reading everything that Illyrio ever said and meticulously documenting it and interacting with the chat as I go. All right. The Silver Lake says, I simultaneously think Aegon is the real deal and Varys is actually a Blackfire supporting Fagon. Both seem likely to me, but so do your theories. I wonder if Gurm even knows. Yeah, I don't know. Gurm is a pantser, so he might not know. He might have just like left it open and he's gonna decide in the next book. I don't know. Catelyn is good at analyzing a situation and making terrible decisions. Okay, but to be fair to her, like it's a little more complicated than that. But yeah, she does generally make poor strategic decisions. Ezith says, just watch both of your Varys vids and they're great. I really like your stat-based analysis and haven't seen anyone else take that approach. Well, you're gonna love this stream because that's what we're doing. We're doing it again. Stanklin Supreme says, so we think Brienne isn't going to have any mysteries until it's revealed that she's a reincarnation of Nisa's Nisa and Jaime is Azor Ahai. Plausible. I see no evidence against it, and I choose to accept it as canon. I'll look at again Azor Ahai later. One thing at a time. Mixed Dupe Mac says, I have a very soothing voice. Thank you. I don't really get that compliment in real life, but thanks. Talk 6. Can you elaborate a little bit more on Varys being involved in killing Jon Arryn? I think the things that follow from Littlefinger and Varys working together make sense, but if one hand can die one at another doesn't really convince me that Varys did it. So I made another 2-hour video on my channel that kind of goes into detail on that. I don't want to take over the Illyrio stream with Varys completely, but there's like other bits of evidence, right? One of them that I pointed to in the recent video and the original video was Varys knows something that he could not possibly have known unless he was involved in the scheme. He knows specifically what kind of poison was used. He knows that the Tears of Lee were used, which is a really random out there guess, given that the Tears of Lee doesn't leave any trace. So how could he know that the Tears of Lee was used if it leaves no trace unless he had foreknowledge of the scheme? And if he had foreknowledge of the scheme, then either he passively let Jon Arryn die, or he was involved in killing Jon Arryn. And you know, the death of Jon Arryn is really what sets most of this off, right? So yeah, there's other aspects in the 2-hour video that show that well, not show, but also suggest like there's other circumstantial pieces of evidence. But anyways, we're getting too caught up in the weeds on Varys. We gotta focus on Illyrio. Okay. JJ Sneeze says, do you have a clearer idea about Littlefinger's motives? Is he just tearing down feudalism out of spite? Maybe. I think Sansa is a pretty strong motive for Littlefinger or Cat. You know, it's kind of interchangeable as far as Littlefinger is concerned. Love is a pretty strong motive. I would say that's a pretty compelling one. Also, money, definitely. He makes more money now than he did as a low lord of the fingers, so that's a pretty strong motive too. Pycelle implies that it was Varys, at least in the HBO series. He does in the books as well. He implies that it was Varys. Another thing I wanted to do was go over Pycelle, because the thing that I noticed with Pycelle, okay, when you look at, this is kind of digressing from Illyrio again, but when you look at Pycelle, after reading all this Varys stuff, you're like, it changed my opinion of Pycelle. I always thought that Pycelle was like the slimiest piece of garbage. But actually, I think I deserve... I think Pycelle deserves an apology from me, because actually most of what he says is true. Like, you know, I always thought, oh, he's just a slimy guy. It's clearly like the Lannisters and Littlefinger behind all of this. But then it's like, wait, actually no, Pycelle is telling the truth. He's being incredibly honest, you know? Like, I'm sorry, Pycelle. Yeah, I was not familiar with your game. Yeah. All right. Do you think analyzing these small numerical differences in trends might make the interpretation of the text incompatible with Graham's vision for the story? Possibly. I'm not too worried about it. Like, if Winds comes out tomorrow, right? Let's say Winds comes out tomorrow, and he's actually like, he's got a whole preface saying, you know, John Gradewood specifically was wrong, and here's all the evidence for why Littlefinger was his rival, and you know, here's these chapters that just disprove you. You know, I would be very happy because Winds came out, so I'm not too worried about it. Winds hasn't come out for 15 years. I don't think it's going to come out in 2025. I think that's not a controversial statement, given that it's December 19th. Not too worried about it. Varys and Illyrio are just conflicted lovers who have no idea what to do with their adopted son. I mean, honestly, like, not completely impossible. Like, we don't know for certain that Varys is a man. It could be possible. I mean, we're sure that Illyrio is a man, but yeah, Varys is a big old question mark. Vlog, I don't know how to say that. Did Littlefinger ever realize what Lysa did to him? Or does he still think it was Cat? Yeah, that's a good question. I noticed that while rereading it, and I'm pretty sure we're supposed to read this as he still thinks that it was Cat. And what's really interesting is that Littlefinger wrote Catelyn a letter after Brandon died, which was probably his confession of love and or marriage proposal. And Catelyn never read the letter. She threw it straight into the fire without opening it. So we'll never know for sure, but I think he does think that he was with Cat. It's kind of implied by what Lysa says later in the story. Yeah, interesting nuance. It'll probably come up when I look at Littlefinger. If I look at Littlefinger, I don't know how I'm gonna feel after looking at Illyrio. All right. Do you think Illyrio completely trusts Varys, or are they both scheming behind each other's back? That's a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think by A Dance with Dragons, Illyrio has kind of wisened up to what Varys is doing, because he like walks away from young Griff and Tyrion, and it I think the book says like that was the last time Tyrion Lannister ever saw Illyrio Mopatis, which heavily implies that Tyrion is never going to see Illyrio Mopatis again in the Winds of Winter or Dream of Spring, knock on wood. So, I mean, maybe Illyrio becomes an enemy of Varys after this backstab, like, I don't know. But it's not something that I've commented on before because I don't have evidence. AV says, I need you to figure out who Giles Rosby's secret word is. I don't know, man. I'm reading Illyrio right now. Yeah. What are your general thoughts on Stannis going forward? I don't know. I'm focused on Illyrio right now. I don't know what you mean by like general thoughts, like whether he's a good ruler or like whether the lamplight theory is correct, or I don't know what that means. Matthew Paring says, how do you think adjusting his plan as he wrote the series impacts being able to tease out these plots? Yeah, it's a really delicate dance. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's got bullet points, right? And he needs to somehow fit them. But it is pretty clear that he has like some things planned ahead, right? Like Joffrey's wedding was teased, you know, bits and pieces of it were teased in previous books, right? There's a lot of teasing of Joffrey's wedding happening in A Storm of Swords that happens all the way back in A Clash of Kings. So he's at least able to tease out something, a book ahead of time. I don't know how much further he's able to tease things. There are some things that he was able to tease, right? He was able to tease young Griff all the way in A Game of Thrones, in Arya 3 A Game of Thrones, right? They're talking about young Griff in the Red Keep cellar, which means that that was a bullet point all the way back then, right? So he's able to tease some things that way, and then I think as he's writing it, certain things become clearer, like certain details of how things happened become clearer to him. I don't know. I'm not George, so I don't really know for sure, but that's kind of how I see things going. He's like half and half. Like, he's not a complete pantser. He has a vision for the end. He had a vision for the end at the start of book 1, right? And he's trying to tease that Jaime Lannister is going to become king when Jon looks at Jaime and he's like, oh man, this looks like a king, right? So he's trying to foreshadow that, and then he changes what the end plan is. At this point, it looks like Bran is somehow going to end up being king. So we're probably going to see foreshadowing of that in Winds of Winter. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I know that it's something that he has difficulty with. Good content. I downloaded your vids to listen to while going to uni on the metro. Oh, well, cool. Sorry for my voice being very quiet. I think that'll be... I imagine that'll be difficult. I remember listening to like music going on the train and stuff, and the train would be so loud that it would like drown out the music. So, but if it works, it works. How's your day in stream been? My day has been fine. My stream has been fine. I've kind of gone off topic answering questions from the chat, but you know, we're having fun. It's fine. My day has otherwise been totally fine. How's your day been? You're reading through Clash of Kings right now and you're puzzled why Tyrion doesn't immediately kill Littlefinger upon his arrival to court. Yes! Oh my god, okay. Thank you. this is one of the plot holes. Okay, so part of the problem with analyzing things like I do is like plot holes do exist, or you know, characters behave inexplicably, and like this one is just like regardless of what you think of Varys, like that one specifically is a plot hole. Like Tyrion agrees with Tywin Lannister at the end of the crossroads. He's like, all right, you're gonna be hand now, rule in my stead. If you even get a sniff of treason from Littlefinger, put his head on a pike, on a spike on the Trader's Walk, kill him immediately. And Tyrion's like, yep, understood. And then he shows up to King's Landing and he's like, actually, I decided I don't want to do that. Yeah, that one's just a plot hole, like straight up. Robert Strong in Bran's dream in a Game of Thrones is always the weird one to me. Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain that. I haven't looked at Bran in detail. All the dream stuff is really nebulous. I'm kind of looking at Varys and Illyrio right now. Okay. So the person who was asking about Stannis was trying to get to, do you think he actually died on the whole pink letter situation? Yeah, I think that's something that a quantitative analysis like this might help with. I don't know, but looking at it in detail, I mean, like, as far as pink letter theory goes, like, I'm a subscriber to the theory that this isn't as straightforward as it seems. But I don't really know what's going on with pink letter. It always was something to me that was like, okay, this is super weird. Like, Ramsay Bolton is gonna send a letter to Jon Snow, like, talking, you know, starting beef with the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who's like a complete nobody, and he doesn't care about him at all, really. Like, I don't know. This seems weird to me that he would do that. It was the wax that was pink, not the paper, right? I don't know. I haven't read that sequence in a while. I do have Dance with Dragons sitting next to me, but I don't even remember which chapter it was in. I have my Melisandre chapter bookmarked, and that's it. Yeah, I don't know where pink letter is in here. Somewhere. Probably near the end, right? Let's see. Cersei. Dragon Tamer. Oh yeah, the Quentin. Okay, the Quentin theories are a little out there to me. I don't subscribe to him being still alive. Yeah. I'm reading the passage right now. It's like, when he raised his whip, he saw that the lash was burning. His hand as well. All of him was burning. Oh, he thought. Then he began to scream. Yeah, I don't... I have yet to hear of a man who's been covered in dragon fire without a mirror shield or something and actually live. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but it just seems unlikely to me. Like, I don't know. I mean, he is alive. At the end of the chapter, he's screaming and he's burning. Doesn't say that he's dead. I mean, he could live. He is presently still alive at the end of this chapter, but I don't know. It's like, why would you do a fake out death like that? It just seems so weird. Yeah, I don't think he's alive. I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't know. It just seems unlikely to me. He's covered in dragon fire. He's definitely not going to be the same person anymore. I mean, even if he does live, right? Like, let's say he lives. Let's say he survives, okay? So now he's like a charred corpse. sitting in front of these dragons, right? So like step 2 is, okay, so he's alive and he's like charred, he's burning. He's laying in front of the dragons because I don't think he's going to be strong enough to stand. His muscles probably don't even work anymore, so he's not going to have working legs or working arms or a working mouth or a neck. Like, none of his muscles are going to work. They're all gone, cooked, right? So even if we assume, for the sake of argument, he is alive and the dragon fire didn't kill him, like, the after part is going to kill him, right? This is like part of Game of Thrones, right? It's not so simple as, oh, Khal Drogo survived the battle and so now he doesn't have to worry. Well, like, what about getting infected? Like, how are you going to stop an infection when you have 3rd, maybe 4th degree burns over your entire body? Like, that doesn't seem very plausible to me. And then, like, how are you going to eat? How is Quentin going to eat? It's not like we can feed him through a tube or IV or something. Like, he literally can't eat. He has no muscles. How is he going to do it? Maybe a portion of his mouth is okay because he blocked the fire with his left arm across his face. But, like, I don't know. You know, like when you make these assertions, like, it just seems a little out there. And, like, even if it was true, like, how would he live? And then also, we're gonna assume that after burning Quentin, the 3 dragons in front of him are not gonna eat the burnt corpse that they just, like, did in front of him. Like, these dragons eat people, right? That's what they do. They eat people. They've been eating people for several books. And they're not going to eat the snack that they just toasted in front of him? Like, the helpless body that is just fallen in front of them? I don't think his friends are going to help him. I don't think his friends are going to be daring enough to be like, oh, Quentin, let me pull you away from the dragon. Like, personally speaking, if I'm in that situation, I'm out of there, man. You know, like, I'm done. Oh God, you cannot pay me enough for this. Like, that's a dragon, man. I'm gone. So yeah, I don't. Is it possible? Yes. Is it plausible? No. It's not impossible, but it's just so unlikely. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that happens in this book. Maybe there's some kind of magic healing that he can go under. I don't know, but there's just, like, so many hoops that you have to jump through for Quentin to be alive. Anyways, what was I looking for? Where am I? I'm on a John chapter, but I'm not sure if it's the John chapter. Where is the pink letter? Egret. He's thinking about Egret. He's talking about his ships. No. Satin. Where are we? Aha, here's the pink letter. All right. Okay, I stumbled on the right chapter. It's right after Quentin dies, when you know. Okay, let's see if we can find the beginning of the pink letter. Okay. Cregan. Okay, he's putting the corpses in the cell. Tormund Giantsbane. Thunderfist. Yeah. Okay. Need to talk about the ranging. Melly poked his nose inside the door, grim-faced, to announce that Clydas had brought a letter. So Clydas is the one who brought the letter. Okay? Let's make a note of that. Clydas. What do we know about Clydas? Let's see if we can find anything out about Clydas. Alright. So here's what we'll do. So on the Song of Ice and Fire wiki, we'll look for Clytus. He's a steward. He's old. He was helping Master Aemon with Chet. Okay. Helps Jon Snow stay alive. Helps other people stay alive. Clytus has taken over the duty of tending to the ravens and the wounded after Aemon has been sent away. Aemon has Clytus mark passages in the Jade Compendium. What's the Jade Compendium again? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, it's about Azor Ahai, right? Yeah, that stuff. Okay. Lightbringer was never cold to the touch. Right, so... Okay. It has Azor Ahai implications, but we're getting distracted again. This is what it keeps happening to me. I can keep getting distracted. Right, Clytus. See what else we know about Clytus. Right. Okay, so both of the letters come from Clytus. Treats Allie's Karstark. He tries to warn Stannis of Karstark's treachery. He also brings letters from Cotter Pike. Sealed with pink wax. Right. Okay. So it doesn't seem like Clytus is really any... I don't see any reason to suspect that Clytus pulled this letter out of nowhere. Like, this is a forgery from Clytus, but it's something that we had to consider before looking at the letter. But the fact that it came from Clytus means that it came via Raven, right? Because he's the guy who deals with ravens. It didn't come via a rider or via a ship from Eastwatch and then a rider. It came via Raven. So that's important. Unless somebody gave the letter to Clytus and said, pretend it came from somewhere. But I don't know. There's no textual evidence. Really, I don't remember being suspicious of Clytus. I mean, we can pay attention to him. All right. All right, so Clytus had brought a letter. Tell him to leave it with you. I will read it later. As you say, my lord, only Clytus don't look his proper self. He's more pink than white, if you get my meaning, and he's shaking. All right. Show Clytus in. Mully had not been wrong. The old steward was trembling, his face as pale as the snows outside. I am being foolish, Lord Commander, but this letter frightens me. See here? Bastard was the only word written outside the scroll. No Lord Snow or Jon Snow or Lord Commander. Simply bastard. And the letter was sealed with a smear of hard pink wax. You were right to come at once, Jon said. You were right to be afraid. He cracked the seal, flattened the parchment, and read. And then we have the pink letter, and it's signed by Ramsay Bolton, true-born Lord of Winterfell. Why is Clytus so frightened of a letter that hasn't been opened? Right? And the letter was sealed with the smear of hard pink wax. The seal hasn't been broken. So Clytus doesn't know the contents of the letter. He's shaking and he's afraid of a letter with a hard pink wax that is just addressed bastard. Like, why is he afraid of that? I don't know. That seems suspicious. That actually does seem suspicious to me. Why would Clytus be afraid of a letter that's just addressed bastard? That doesn't make any sense. Why would he... Man, maybe there is something to this. Jeez. Okay. Huh. Do we have, because Bolton sends a different letter too. Right? Because, it's mentioned here. A letter sent... Okay, so this is John 6. Let me see John 6. I need to pull this up on the screen. Hold on. Actually, let's go in this one. Alright, let's see here. Get this a bit bigger. The stream. That's probably readable. Okay, so it was John 6, right? So let's see. John 1, John 2, John 3, John 4, John 5, John 6. Okay, here we go. Gonna find it. Alright, well, we're looking for a letter. Looking for a letter from Ramsay Bolton in John 6, A Dance with Dragons. Let's actually make a note of this in my notes. The wax is still sealed. The wax is pink, not the letter. The scroll just has bastard written on it. Here's another letter in John 6, A Dance with Dragons, and that's what we're reading right now. If you've just joined the stream, we're looking into pink letter. Somehow we got from Illyrio to pink letter, which is just amazing. Alright. Okay, let's see. I'm not seeing any letter yet, but I'm sure it's here. I'm sure the wiki isn't wrong on that. Just need to find it. It's probably later in the chapter. Sorry, I'm not reading this out because it doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing. This is actually how fast I read. Donal Noe, yeah, no. Okay. Water bones. We're fighting. Oh, is this? Here we go. All right. So he's fighting. So John 6, A Dance with Dragons. He's fighting in the yard when Clytus gives him letter. All right. So he turned to find Clytus standing beneath the broken archway, a parchment in his hand. From Stannis, John had been hoping for some word from the king. The Night's Watch took no part, he knew, and it should not matter to him which king emerged triumphant. Somehow it did. Is it Deepwood? Okay, take another that. No, my lord. It was tightly rolled and sealed with a button of hard pink wax. Only the Dreadfort uses pink sealing wax. Okay? So, that's interesting to note. Only the Dreadfort uses pink sealing wax. Is that actually true, though? Do we know that? Let's see if we can find... sorry, I'm going all over the place here. Trying to bring up a search of ice and fire, because this can be a useful tool for research as well. Let's search for pink wax. Feast for Crows. I know there's a mention of blue wax earlier in the story. I think it's, I think that's actually the Stark color of wax, is blue wax. So there are different colors of wax. I don't know why nobody else could make a pink wax. Here I go. Oh. Pink wax. Alright. Let's see. Dance with Dragons. Reek 2. Alright, we got pink wax. Alright, what is the context here? I'm in command of Ramsay Bolton. Blah blah blah. He drew out the letter that they'd given him and tossed it on the table. Pink wax. Pink wax. Found the pink wax. Alright, what else do we have? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Bird from Barrowtown, pink wax? Pink wax from Barrowtown. Who's in Barrowtown at the during the Wayward Bride? I forget. All right. Dance with Dragons, Wayward Bride. Obviously, the problem with using Search of Ice and Fire is that sometimes it's not complete. But it gives you a pretty good initial glimpse. That you can verify later. Dry brown words. Northmen have taken Moat Cailin. That's what it says. And then the next message we get is from there. Let's see. Bolton and Raven. Let's see if we have any other mention of Bolton sending a Raven to see if we can see what color the wax is, maybe. Bolton had sent forth ravens, summoning all the lords of the north to Barrowton. Okay, so that's who's at Barrowton. Okay. Oh yeah, Dance with Dragons gets hazy for me in my memory. Ramsay Bolton's in Winterfell. There is something here. Here's Bolton could not be suffered to hold Winterfell. So what? So the pink wax is coming from both Barrowton and Winterfell and the Dreadfort, that would seem to imply that multiple people have access to this pink wax, right? Necessarily, like at least 2 people have access to pink wax, which would be Ramsay Bolton. I'm assuming he has pink wax at Winterfell, if that's supposed to be their seat of power. Then the Maester at the Dreadfort itself would have pink wax, because why would they get rid of the pink wax at their own holdfast? That doesn't make any sense. And then Lord Bolton himself, Roose Bolton, would have access to the pink wax. So there's like 3 different places that have access to pink wax. That's a lot of people who have access to pink wax. I don't know. And then it's also like, I don't know how hard is it to create pink wax? Is that something difficult to do? It doesn't seem like it would be. No, I probably shouldn't search that on stream. Can you make pink wax easily? Yes, you can easily make pink wax by adding candle dye or natural options like beet powder. Oh yeah, beets. There's beets at Winterfell. Oh my god, wait. Pink wax can be made by dyeing normal wax with beets. Beets are mentioned to be at Winterfell in early Bran/Jon chapters in A Game of Thrones. Oh boy. We're going deep down the rabbit hole here. This is supposed to be a Illyrio video, and I'm looking at a pink letter. What am I doing? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Lady Dustin saying, "Oh, the Maesters. The Maesters are reading and writing our letters. Who can say for certain that they're not twisting the words for their own ends? Could it be a Maester who sent the letter? That's interesting. I don't know. Prince of Winterfell. Have to look at the context more in detail, but there's something there. So, yeah. Parchment. Parchment. No mention of the pink wax. Darn. All right, I gotta attend to these the chat here because I haven't looked at it for what seems like a long time. All right, let's see if what I've been missing. Most people agreeing with me on Quentin Martell. People arguing about King Robert. People, more people arguing about Robert. Oh, Stanklin Supreme, back to Illyrio. All right. My biggest Illyria question is that if he had anything to do with Danny's visions of the red... Oh, is if he had anything to do with Danny's visions of the red door. I've been suspicious of Varys being involved for some time, but Illyrio? How long has he allied with Varys? Good question. Very good question. That's something I'd like to know as well. How long has he allied with Varys? It seems like a long time. Definitely predates Varys going to Ares. So, you know, that's at least 15 years of cooperation on that scheme. That's a long time. Okay, now we're back in pink letter. Something is fishy. Afraid because of the audacity of the letter. I don't know. Like, I imagine that people bring letters to the Night's Watch all the time addressing bastards. You know what I mean? I like, it is the Night's Watch. And the content of the letter itself. Yeah, I can read out the letter. Again, more people arguing about Robert. People arguing about John Aaron. Getting into a good argument here about my Robert video. It's nice to see people are thinking deeply about these topics. Alright. Tightly rolled descriptor is gone and the button is replaced by a smear. Ooh, good catch. Nice one. Yeah, you're right. Tightly rolled descriptor is gone and button is replaced by smear. Let's go over that again. So we have a seal, button, hard pink wax. Okay. And then in Dance with Dragons, oh, so hold on. Let's see. Yeah, the brown ink is something that people mention. Yeah, Asha Greyjoy mentions the brown ink as well. Hold on. Where does she say brown? I'm remembering this from somewhere. Brown words. Brown words. Who said brown words? It's a Winterfell, maybe? Brown. I seem to remember reading brown words somewhere. I'm like going crazy. Where did I read this? Is it brown words? Brown words. Oh my god, I feel like I'm AI hallucinating. Where's the brown words? Where are the brown words? Aha! Brown words, Wayward Bride. Okay. So, Dance with Dragons, Wayward Bride, brown words. So, get brown words in Wayward Bride, dressed to oh god, what's her name? Ironborn. Oh jeez, that's embarrassing. You know who I'm talking about. I'm just drawing a blank. Right. Anyways, brown words. Are there brown words in the pink letter? Are there brown words in here? Brown ink. Right, and that's where brown words is from. It's a Winterfell. Do we see any brown ink? Brown ink, brown words? No. Okay, and then the text itself. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. Beneath Bolton's signature, all these other lords had appended their own marks and seals. But we don't get that. Huge, spiky hand. What else does this say about... So Arya Stark. Yeah, and this letter is also not addressed to Bastard. Makes no... Will there be an answer? No. I'm not involved in politics. Did we say anything else about Bolton? Anything interesting? Grit. Nope. No. Okay. Melisandre somehow knows. Did I miss that? Just thinking about Arya. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking like, oh, how did she know? That's how she knew. That's why I double check. Right, so this is the chapter with yeah, this is the ground the chapter. Okay, so going back to Pink Letter, for everybody who's just joined, we're doing Pink Letter. I'm in the middle of a thought, so I haven't looked at the chat in a while. But we're looking for pink letter evidence. It's later here. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, it's around here. Clytus. Clytus is what word would I use here? He's like shivering and shaking in fear. His skin has gone white. Doesn't look his proper self. Okay. No. Show Clytus in, trembling. This letter frightens me. Bastard. It's the only word written outside the scroll. No Lord Snow or Jon Snow or Lord Commander. Simply bastard. And the letter was sealed with a smear of hard pink wax. So it is still hard pink wax. I was thinking maybe it was soft, but no, it's still hard, and it's still pink, and it's still wax. It's a smear instead of button, which is interesting. Anyway, so he cracks the seal. All right. Before I read the letter, I'll go over the chat a little bit. People are still arguing about Robert. Wow. I really set something off here. All right. If Mance wrote this letter to goad Jon into marching, he's taking a massive risk. He saw firsthand that Jon prioritizes duty over love, so what if Jon listened? This would doom his son and his sister. I don't know. Mance knows who Theon is. At Game of Thrones, he was at Robert's dinner at Winterfell. Was Mance Raider at Robert's dinner at Winterfell? If he was in disguise. He certainly wasn't there openly. This would doom his son and his sister. There's a part in the Reek Moat Kalen chapter where there's a button of pink wax that could have been used. It was the letter shoved in Adrak Humble's mouth? Okay. I like the Mance and Melisandre conspired together to provoke Jon into making a shadow baby with her, but it went wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just focused on working out what the heck is going on with this pink letter right now. Not really taking into account the motivations of it, just like what is actually going on. Anyways, M. Hoogie asks, "Hi Jon, I've really enjoyed your content. Is this live stream just you researching A Song of Ice and Fire?" That's exactly what's going on. I had other plans and they were canceled, so I was gonna do this anyway, so I figured I might as well live stream it. Have some community engagement. Plus, Jon wouldn't come to the rescue for weeks. Remember, it's winter, so it's logistically flawed. Yeah, that's a good point as well. It is... It's super winter right now. Jon isn't coming to Arya's rescue quickly. Logistically difficult. Wax doesn't take all that long to harden, so not really a consideration. Yeah. Unless someone he knows that John will 100% come, and even then it doesn't make sense since John will take weeks. The only conclusion is that he 100% knew that he would die. I don't know if that's 100% the conclusion. Let's not jump too far. We could get there, but let's look at the evidence, all right? Let's read the letter. Let's try to see if I can get more of it on the page. Okay. Here we go. Here's the full letter. Your false king is dead. He and all his host were smashed in 7 days of battle. I have his magic sword. Tell Melisandre, your false king's friends are dead. Their heads upon the walls of Winterfell. Come see them. Your false king lied, and so did you. You told the world you burned the king beyond the wall. Instead, you sent him to Winterfell to steal my bride from me. How does Ramsay Bolton know who the king beyond the wall is? Like, obviously he's heard of Mance Rayder, because that's something that Ned discusses in A Game of Thrones 1. So people, like, generally know who Mance Rayder is. But how would Ramsay Bolton know what Mance Rayder looks like? Like, how would he know, looking at Mance Rayder, that this is Mance Rayder? How would he know that? Kasey is saying, good catch. Yeah, does anybody have any ideas? Like, am I crazy for this? Like, can we come up with any reason at all that Ramsay Bolton would know what the king beyond the wall looks like? And he would know what Mance Rayder... And I mean, Mance Rayder is in a disguise, too. So, like, he would have to, like, really know what Mance Rayder looks like, right? To catch him. Like, they spoke. So, Ramsay Bolton spoke with Mance Rayder. Yeah, I mean, if we take the letter as true, right? Then yeah, that's right. Then it would necessarily mean that Ramsay Bolton spoke to Mance Rayder, like presumably under torture, right? Is like he catches this guy who's trying to steal Arya, fake Arya, and then Ramsay tortures him, and he reveals under torture, I'm Mance Rayder. That's kind of what this letter implies. That's the other explanation, right? So the problem is, how does Ramsay Bolton know what Mance looks like? How does he know that it's Mance Rayder? So there's possibility A. He captured Mance Rayder, who was trying to steal, what are we calling this? Faria? We'll just call it Pool. He was trying to steal Pool, and then tortured him for information. Under torture, Mance Rayder spilled the beans. Possibility be, it's a fake letter. Written by Mance Raider, Melisandre, etc. Somebody. I don't know. They're all kind of the same possibility, right? It's somebody who knows. You know what? Maybe let's just do that. Written by somebody who knows what Mance Raider, who Mance Raider is, and that he's still alive, and that Jon faked his death, which really narrows the possibilities down if it is possibility B. Okay, possibility C, you know, Ramsay is just making this up. He's just making it up. It's completely off the cuff. He happens to make up a story about Mance Raider. Mance Raider and Ramsay are actually old friends. Okay, sure, why not? Ramsay and Mance are old besties. I'm gonna put a question mark on that one. I don't think it's that one. Stannis. Oh yeah, possibility. Well, that would imply that Stannis. Sorry, that Stannis would know that Mance Raider's death was faked. So I don't think it's actually Stannis, right? Because if we go into the possibilities, like Stannis doesn't come up here, so I don't think this letter was written by Stannis. Which is interesting, because I think that's one of the theories, right? Is that it's Stannis who wrote the letter. But if we're working through this logically, that it's a fake letter, it has to be written by somebody who knows that who Mance Raider is. Okay, Stannis knows who Mance Raider is. Stannis doesn't know that Mance Raider is still alive, and Stannis doesn't know that he faked his death. As far as Stannis is concerned, Mance Raider died on the pyre when Jon Snow shot him with an arrow. So it can't be Stannis, logically speaking. It cannot be Stannis. Like, what, Stannis is gonna just accept that Mance Raider is still alive and fully know that he's still alive and not use his blood for blood magic, for King's blood? No, Stannis would use him for King's blood. He would much rather execute Mance Raider and sacrifice Mance Raider than, you know, Theon Greyjoy or the other Greyjoy, the daughter. Like, Mance Raider is so low value to Stannis that, like, he's first on the list in terms of people I'm gonna sacrifice to the fire god. Like, Mance Raider is right at the top. I don't think it's Mance Raider. Sorry, I don't think it's Stannis. Here are my thoughts. Mance would not strategically benefit from baiting Jon into a suicidal march that endangers the wildling hostages. Yeah, good point. Doesn't really make sense for Mance to do that, right? Because Mance knows that Jon is the guy holding things together for the wildlings at the Wall. Mance has a vested interest in keeping Jon Snow at the Wall so that the wildlings can survive. Like, if we assume that he's a good person. Everything that we've seen from Mance Raider, like the whole invasion of the Wall and the battle at the Wall, was like not for selfish reasons. It was for the sake of his people. He was trying to keep as many as he could alive, right? Mance Raider doesn't seem to be that kind of person. it was... Anyways. I mean, maybe he has some other motivation. But yeah, that is a good point. It's an added nuance. It's a curveball. It was written by Bloodraven. Okay, possibility E. It's written by Bloodraven. Why not? All right. Mance is acting under Melisandre's direction. Think magically. Stannis wants shadow warriors. I mean, yeah, I guess if we think about that, then it could be Mance Rayder. Because he wants the magic stuff to happen. Maybe under that branch of the theory. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see what else we can deduce from this. All right, so we let's keep reading the letter, okay? So let's see. Are there other things in this letter that only certain people can know? False King, I mean, does Ramsay Bolton know that Jon Snow was involved at all? I mean, he knows that, I guess he knows that Stannis was at the wall and that Jon didn't hand him over. So I guess, but has he, like, Jon actually didn't really declare Stannis as king, so saying, like, you're false king, Jon Snow never made any kind of public statement there. Bastard. I mean, everybody knows that Jon Snow's a bastard, so that's something that can know. Let's actually inventory. Let's take inventory. All right. Let's take inventory of every fact that's contained in this letter, and then we can like systematically approach it, right? So Jon Snow is a bastard, right? Jon Snow supports Stannis, false king, right? Stannis is dead, ostensibly. Stannis and his host were defeated in 7 days of battle. Stannis has had a magic sword. Stannis had a red priestess. I'll call it. False King's friends are dead. Okay. Stannis's friends are dead. The heads of Stannis's friends are upon the walls of Winterfell. Come see them. Come see them. He's asking for Jon to come to Winterfell. He's not merely he's not merely goading Jon Snow to come to Winterfell. He's actually straight up asking Jon Snow to come to Winterfell. That's a little weird. If his only goal is to get his bride back, why is he asking Jon Snow to come to Winterfell? Anyways, let's see. Okay. You told the world you burned the king beyond the wall. You told the world you burned the king beyond the wall. Did Jon Snow actually make that statement? So this person knows that Jon Snow burned Jon Snow said that he burned Mance Rayder. Did he actually do that? Because if he didn't, then that's hard evidence that this isn't Ramsay Bolton, right? Because Ramsay Bolton would have to know that Jon Snow said that he killed the king beyond the wall. I think he might have. My leaning is that Jon Snow did make that a public statement, but I actually can't remember if that was a public statement. If anybody knows in the chat offhand where that is. Kusei is saying Jon didn't. Does anybody know the chapter so we can look at it while I continue with this? Instead, you sent him to Winterfell to steal my bride from me. So this person also knows Jon Snow sent Mance Rayder to steal Varia. Alright. I will have my bride back. Yeah, that's very understandable. If you want Mance Rayder back, come and get him. I have him in a cage for all the North to see. Proof of your lies. Okay, so this person is also saying that Mance Rayder is being held in a cage. It sounds like outside the walls of Winterfell? For all the world to see. The person also wants Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar. Like, honestly, who really cares whether Jon Snow killed Mance Rayder or not? Like, do the people at Bear Island really care about that? I don't know. It seems like Stannis would be the one who would care the most about that. In fact, this would be evidence. This would be evidence that actually Jon Snow doesn't support Stannis, because he would have lied to Stannis and kept Mance Rayder alive. So then this person, by virtue of knowing that Mance Rayder is alive, also knows that Stannis is not Jon Snow's false king. So that's interesting. Boy, there's so many layers to this, right? So, if Jon Snow was supposed to kill Mance Rayder because of Stannis, and then didn't kill Mance Rayder, that's evidence of Jon Snow lying to Stannis and being against Stannis. Hence, he's not Jon's false king. And the person writing the letter should know that. I don't know. I mean, it's tenuous. It's tenuous, but it does make things a little interesting. Anyways, I've made him a warm cloak from the skins of the 6 people who came back with him to Winterfell. So, 6 women came back to Winterfell with Mance Rayder. So not only did Mance Rayder spill the beans on the whole thing, but he either was captured with all of the 6 women, which I find highly unlikely that they were all captured in the same place, or Mance Rayder fessed up to where they were hiding while being tortured. Anyways, let's look at his demands. See his demands. Right? Well, actually, let's just put the entire letter here. Okay. Right. So, how do I write this one? The author asserts that Arya is with Jon Snow. The author asserts that Selyse is with Jon Snow. Author asserts that what's her name? Shireen is with Jon Snow. And the author asserts that Melisandre is with Jon Snow. Okay, so as far as these 3 points go, right, Selyse, Shireen, and Melisandre, yeah, okay, hold on. Let me go back to the chat. I see a lot of activity. Okay. Stanklin has just dropped $2,000 on car repairs. Pray for me. I'll pray for you. Good luck. Hope your car works out. Melisandre doesn't know about Reek. Reek. Reek is interesting. I want his little prince. Author asserts that Mance Raider's son is with Jon Snow. Author asserts that Reek is with Jon Snow. Author knows about the Reek nickname. Send them to me, and I will not trouble you or your black crows. Keep them from me, and I will cut out your heart and eat it. Hmm. Ramsay Bolton wrote his other letter in huge, spiky hand. Brown ink came away in flakes when Jon brushed it with his thumb, and all the other lords mark it. In this letter, he's signing as Lord of Winterfell. In this letter, he's signing as Lord of Hornwood. Right? Lord of Hornwood. Also, let's look at, you know, there is the pink wax. It's not a button, though, which is weird. Why isn't there a button? It's not addressed to Jon Snow, which implies that the other one was. Right? Because Ramsay Bolton sends him a letter in Jon 6 A Dance with Dragons, and Jon Snow doesn't make this comment that it's just addressed bastard in that letter. So that's a little weird. And then, yeah, there's all these other lords who are missing from the letter, who are signing the other letter, right? Who we got? Lord Dustin, Lady Serwyn, and 4 Risewells, and House Umber also signed it. And then there's no mention of brown ink anywhere. Let's see. Let's see any further. Yeah, there's no mention of brown ink here. Not seeing any mention of brown ink. And no flaking ink either. No brown flaking ink. Nothing at all. And there's no mention of his big cruder hand. Right? Big, huge, spiky hand. No mention of that here. So that's a little weird. And then, yeah, he signs as Lord of Winterfell when normally he signs as Lord of the Hornwood, even after he's taken Winterfell. So that's a little weird. And then, yeah, there's no mention of any marks and seals below that. Which is weird. But let's return to our information on the pink letter. So, all right, let's. You know what might be fun is turning this into a PowerPoint. All right. So we got pink letter. Right. And here's all the things that have to be true. Maybe we can break this up into like 2 different columns so that the text is more readable. That better. It's a little better. All right. Here we go. Now we'll have something to look at when people hop into the stream. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to find a scroll PNG. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's good. All right. We'll get a little shape here. A little button. More colors. Pink. Like a light pink, right? It's very, very pale pink. Alright. There's our pink letter. Okay. And what we also need is also need big old check mark up beside the statements that check out something being true, and I guess we can just do cross out if something doesn't check out. So pink letter, and I have a Ramsay Bolton image. I think I do. I don't have ones for like Mance Raider and stuff, but I think I have a image. Let's see. Oh yeah, we can get these guys in here. Maybe even Stannis. Maybe even Theon. Thought occurred to me just now. It could be Theon. These guys up here. All right, we got our candidates here. Do we have Mance Raider? I don't think I have a Mance Raider token ready to go. Yeah. But I might be able to make one. Let's see. First of all, crop this. Just be his face. Because it doesn't need to be a token. It's not a proper video. Just doing this for like visual reference. Yeah, here's our usual suspects. Alright, what's the chat doing right now? Alright. Oh my god, there were so many things. I missed so many things. Okay. Marwin the Mage could have seen all of this with a glass candle. Yeah, just ignore glass candles for now. Alright, just ignore that for a second. Just pretend they don't exist for one moment, because they poke holes in literally every theory. Commented about you doing some similar comment to Bob Geilman's 2015 Shark Attacks video. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who Bob Geilman is, so I don't know. Sorry. Lord Manderley is also a suspect. Ah, I forgot Manderley. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. Where is Wyman? I do have a token for him, actually. Here we go. I just need a Mance Raider token, I guess. Alright. Okay, chat, are we happy with these as the suspects? Fairies and Littlefinger wrote the letter. Oh, God. Okay. I guess they could. Yeah. Ah, oh, jeez. Okay, we're getting really out here. I'm gonna need to move some stuff out of the way. Let's move these down here. Maybe this one can go up here. All right. Now are we happy? Let's see. Don't get me started on the Mannerleys and the Order of the Green Head. I know. It's too much. It's too much. It's spiraling out of control. Let's just focus on the pink letter. Pink letter. Patches wrote it. No. Moon Boy. No. Sir Pounce. Yeah, no. Okay. All right, so these are all of our suspects. We got him. Oh, I'm gonna need a big fat X for if somebody isn't our suspect anymore. If we've eliminated them, I got a big fat X. Yeah, that's good. All right. Okay, let me just save this real quick. Pink letter, process of elimination. All right, so we're going to duplicate this a bunch of times. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 suspects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 suspects. All right, let's work through this. Use the process of elimination to see if we can figure out who it is. Jon Snow is a bastard. This one's true for everybody. Everybody knows that Jon Snow is a bastard. Everybody would say that. So that doesn't really tell us anything. Okay. Oh, actually, I guess I can, I should have been doing like this. And this. Actually, yeah, let's put the, oh god. Okay. Put this here, and then the suspect will, like, be down here. Or something. Yeah, that works. Okay, sorry guys, I did not plan to cover the pink letter, so just bear with me for a moment. Maybe we could shove this up a little bit. Makes a better room. And we can shove the check mark and the X off to the side, and then we can have the candidate like right here. Oh, what did I do? Oh. I'm not a professional video maker. Oh, did I just delete Theon? Oh my god. Okay. God, so I'm struggling. Okay. John Greenwood struggles with tech issues. That's the stream. Alright. The suspect is gonna go over here, alright? That's where the suspect is gonna go. And now I just have to duplicate this another 6 times so that I can get my suspects all lined up. So we'll have one as Mel. We'll have one as Theon. And we'll have one as Ramsey. Okay. Oh, shoot. And we'll have one as Varys. I'm just going to count Varys and Illyrio as one, because it's the same thing, right? The idea is that they would, like, share intelligence about that, maybe. I don't know. Between the two, it's going to be Varys, right? Who writes the letter. Who, like, physically writes the letter. I don't think Illyrio Mopatis is physically writing very many letters to anybody at all. Alright. Make them a bit bigger. Let people know what we're talking about. Alright, these are our suspects. Let's get to it. Alright. Arya working Sir Pounce through the glass candle while riding a Cranachman raft through the sorrows? What? Yeah, no. Oh, I'm not gonna do that one. Alright. How literate are the suspects? Can Mance even write? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Who do we want to start with? Let's start with Ramsay Bolton. I feel like that's the most straightforward one. And then probably Mance Raider next, because he's pretty logical. And then we'll like go down with like the zanier theories. I feel like between the two, Wyman Manderley makes more sense, but maybe we'll put Stannis first because people talk about him more. We can put Theon on here, and then Varys will be last. Actually, I think Theon is more likely than a lot of these people. All right. So, Ramsay Bolton, did he do it? First of all, he knows that Jon Snow is a bastard. All right, so that's good. What else would Ramsay Bolton know here? He knows about the Reek nickname, so that explains that. Asking for Jon Snow to come to Winterfell would make sense for like a provocation in that he wants to kill Jon Snow, so it could be plausible, sure. Does Ramsay Bolton know that Stannis has a red priestess? Yeah, I think so. Does he know that Stannis had a magic sword? Yeah, I guess the comment kind of makes sense. Although my problem with it was that like it's not a magic sword, so once he got it, like Ramsay would know that it wasn't magic, but I guess for the purposes of the letter, it's like fine. Knows that Jon Snow supports Stannis. Yeah, he would kind of know about this, so that makes sense. Would he know that Stannis is ostensibly dead? Yeah, he would know. He would also know that, you know, it was 7 days of battle. He would also know that Stannis' friends are dead. And he would also know that Stannis' friends are on the walls of Winterfell. What else would he know? Is there anything that he would not know? Oh yeah, he would know that Mance Rayder is being held in the cage, sure. The person wants to know that wants Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar. That one's a little iffy to me. I don't know why he would want that specifically. So he also knows that Jon Snow said that he burned Mance Rayder. Right, that's what I said, that we need to go check that. Did Jon Snow, in fact, make a public statement? So, which chapter does Jon Snow execute Mance Rayder? Let's see. Happens in Dance. Jon 3. Okay. Is there any mention of Jon making this a public statement? No mention of it in the wiki, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen in the book. Let's check Jon 3. Jon 1, Jon 2, Jon 3. Alright. Da-da-da-da-da. We're reading if Jon Snow made a public declaration that he was killing Mance Rayder. Obviously, he does that in front of Stannis, but that doesn't mean he made it a public declaration. There's a problem of like, well, not a problem, but a question of whether Ramsay would actually know this. Which is why we're looking into it. Celise is at Eastwatch. Oh, and said that, oh god, Shireen is at Eastwatch. They're not with him. And they're going to be sent to the Night Fort. Not Castle Black, so he's not... He's not hosting them. Right. Where is this? Where is this public declaration? I'm not seeing this public declaration, guys. No, still no public declaration. I'm not sure that this is public knowledge. That, John killed him. Because the execution was ordered by Stannis. John just interfered. But I really want to make sure because, aha, here we go. You are free to go. Tell your people what you witnessed. Tell them that you saw the true king, that they're welcomed in the realm so long as they keep his peace. Alright. So the wildlings are the ones who are told to spread word of this execution. And that, Stannis is the one who killed. Right? It's kind of implied by that. John never made a public declaration. It was Stannis who made a public declaration. I didn't say that Jon Snow burned him. It's just Stannis burning him and then Jon Snow shot him. I don't think the free folk would really lie about that. They would have no reason to... Well, I guess they might have a reason to lie that Jon Snow didn't do it. Or maybe they lied that Jon Snow did do it to keep him there? I don't know. The public declaration never happened from Jon, though. Jon never made that statement. He never told anybody that he did that. Yeah. I think that's how this becomes public knowledge, is through the wildlings. I'm not seeing any other declaration here. Oh, Clytus. Oh my god. Okay. Maybe we'll see something here with Clytus. What is Clytus doing? Drinking wine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Clytus didn't watch the execution and doesn't mention that Jon Snow did that. So even within the Night's Watch, there's people who don't know that Jon Snow killed doesn't like, right? So Clytus in what was this, John 3, A Dance with Dragons, says so this proves that Clytus didn't watch the execution, and even within the Night's Watch there's certain people who don't know that Jon Snow did it, which means that people in the Night's Watch aren't going around with the public statement that Jon Snow burned Mance Rayder. Right? Nowhere in this conversation does it mention like, oh, hey, that was a mercy that you did for him. No mention at all. Not even brought up. So that's kind of weird. Thick black ink. All right. Thick black ink at the wall at Castle Black. So that kind of puts a little bit of a hole in all of the letters being fake. So not all of the letters from Ramsay Bolton. The earlier ones are definitely not from Castle Black because they're written in brown ink, and the ink here is black ink. So we can confirm that the earlier ones are legitimate. And he doesn't call Jon Snow a bastard in those ones. somebody knows that this is a... Somebody knows that this is a point of contention for Jon Snow. Somebody knows that this bothers him. Oh, boy. Okay. So, what did we establish? We established that this isn't true. Which means... that there's one point against it being Ramsay Bolton, and that's a pretty big point. This he could know if he tortured Mance Rayder. Could know it. Wants to think that Jon Snow is a liar. Yeah, but we just established that Jon Snow didn't make any kind of public statements that he killed Mance Rayder. So that's false. And then yeah, he could know, he could possibly know if Mance Rayder spilled the beans. Now this is interesting. Right? You search that Faria is with Jon Snow. But if Jon Snow sent Mance Rayder to steal Faria, and he failed, then why is he asking Jon Snow for Faria? That would imply that Faria is gone, right? He's thinking, oh my god, Faria is gone. This Mance Rayder guy who was sent here on a mission must have done it. Like, it doesn't really make any sense that he's asking Jon Snow for Faria if Mance Rayder was caught and tortured, i.e. he failed, right? That would mean that Mance Rayder succeeded on the mission and sent Faria away from Winterfell, but then stayed behind once his mission was complete. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I mean, it's possible. Possibly escaped with his guys, but it is also stated they were killed. Isn't she escaping with Theon? Maybe the person who wrote it thought Jon was involved. And then why this? How does Mance Rayder get caught? Like, where the story is like, if Mance Rayder got caught and was tortured, that would imply that he got caught because he was rescuing Arya. It's kind of like a, yeah, it's a gray point. It's kind of iffy. I don't have anything for iffy. Star. Star that. That's weird. You search that Selyse is with Jon Snow. Selyse is not with Jon Snow. Selyse is at Eastwatch. He could know from Stannis' soldiers. Sure, but wouldn't they tell him that she's at Eastwatch? Anyways, the author asserts that Melisandre is with Jon Snow, so he could know that from Mance Rayder. Could he know that Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow through Mance Rayder? One of the big points is Reek. Mance Raider doesn't know about Reek. Really? I don't think he would know. I mean, I guess he could know. He could, yeah, I guess he could. He could, like, he could have overheard it, while he was in the walls of Winterfell, right? There's all those, secret walls, that Bran was talking about early in a Game of Thrones, and that's where Mance Rayder is, like, hiding, right? So in theory, Mance Rayder could overhear Ramsay Bolton calling Theon Reek, and then Reek goes missing with Jane Poole, and then after Jane Poole goes missing, Mance Rayder is captured. Mance Rayder gets tortured. Reek is missing. He's like, "Where's Reek?" I don't know. He must have gone north to the wall where Jon Snow is. So I guess. But Jon Snow doesn't know what Reek is. Why refer to Reek as Reek with Jon Snow? It would say like my man or something, right? He would use different language so that Jon Snow knows what the hell he's talking about. So that's no. So we got that no. We've got that no. And we've got this no as well. Is Mance Rayder's son with Jon Snow? I forget. Somebody remind me. But I think Mance Rayder knows about that, right? Wait, no. Because Mance Rayder's son isn't with Jon Snow. They swapped the babies. Guys, they swapped the babies. Oh my god. What? Guys, they swapped the babies. Remember, Gilly's son is with Jon Snow. Oh shit. No, he can't possibly know that. They don't know about the swap. So that's a star as well, right? Because that proves something. This points to Mance Rayder. Because Mance Rayder knows that his son is with Jon Snow as far as he's concerned, right? Does he know about the swap? Oh my god, where does the swap happen? Oh shit. Where's the swap? Oh, it's another chapter. It's not John 3. Must be John 4. Oh my god, Berwyn Marsh. Fuck. Where's the swap? Okay, maybe I'll just look it up on the wiki. Where's his son? Issue. Where's his son? Oh, it happens in a feast. Right, yeah. So when does that happen? Sam 2? Let's see here. Paper. Give me bigger text. Oop, not that big. Alright. What did it say? Sam 2? Samuel 1. Samuel 2. Need to be absolutely sure who was in on this scheme. So whoever does know... Mm-hmm. Where is the story? Ah, here it is. How would she be grieving? Grieving for her child. So Eamon is in on the plot. But Sam isn't. Or did Eamon just kind of put two and two together? Eamon is blind. He's the blind man who sees all. That old trope. Alright. What is going on in the chat here? I think Eamon just picks up on the cues and knows. But anyways, there's a few key points where there's things that are asserted in the letter that Ramsay Bolton could not have possibly known. The big one is that he burned Mance Raider. Then there's a big question mark with the Faria thing, because that's really weird. And then also, Mance Raider's son means that the person either doesn't know about the swap or is making it look like they don't know about the swap. And then Reek as well. Why would Ramsay Bolton call Theon Reek instead of like my man or something like that? Like, why wouldn't he use other words to describe Theon? I don't know. That seems a little weird. So there's a few problems with it being Ramsay just off of like what he knows. We could also do like what's false as well. Should we do what's false? Jon Snow is a bastard. He's not. But like, I don't know how that's relevant. Like, there's another layer to this. It's not just that Jon Snow is a bastard. It's that, like, this person knows that calling Jon Snow a bastard is going to offend him. But anyways, let's move on to Mance Raider for a second. Okay. Mance Raider. Sorry, star stuff. Jon Snow supports Stannis. Sure. Stannis is dead. Sure. Stannis was defeated. Sure. Stannis had a magic sword. Sure. Had a red priestess. Yup. His friends are dead. Yup. On the walls of Winterfell. Yup. Asking Jon Snow to come. Yup. This would explain why he used those words. It would also explain this. It would also explain this. Could just be a lie. Wants Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar. Yeah, I mean, kind of, because, like, Mance Raider kind of got betrayed by Jon Snow in a way. He would feel that Jon Snow is a liar, so, yeah. He would also know this. The Faria thing, again, is, like, weird. Selyse is with Jon Snow. I mean, we said... We didn't say yes with the other one. I mean, I guess if they're with the Night's Watch, we'll count that as yes for Ramsay, even though it's not true. So this would be true for Mance. Melisandre, yup. He would know about Reek. And he would use Reek as well, because he wouldn't know Theon Greyjoy's real name. And he also knows about the Reek nickname, because he would have overheard it. So nearly everything lines up with what Mance Raider knows, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Like, the Faria thing could be explained as just making the situation more urgent for Jon Snow to reply. And the Mance Raider's son thing, you know, even though Mance Raider's son isn't with Jon Snow, he would think it is, so actually that does explain that. And yeah, Faria can be easily explained. So in terms of requisite knowledge, Mance Raider is a solid candidate for knowing all of the things that he needs to know to write the letter. Ramsay is pretty close, but there's a couple weird things with the letter. Mance Raider, in terms of knowledge, is closer. Like, let alone whether these things are actually true, just in terms of, like, what he needs to know to write all of this. He has the knowledge. But let's see if anybody else has the knowledge, right? So Jon Snow is a bastard. Jon Snow supports Stannis. I mean, she knows that this isn't true, but she would write it. Stannis is dead. She could just be lying about that. I guess this is like checkmark for everybody, because everybody could just lie about that. Magic sword, sure. Red priestess, sure. His friends are dead, sure. Heads are on the walls. She wouldn't really know that, but she could just lie about it. Asking Jon to come to Winterfell. Now here's... I don't know about this. Why would Melisandre ask Jon Snow to do that? It's a question of motive. So I'm gonna star that. This is a question of motive. I mean, like, in terms of requisite knowledge, sure. But it's kind of weird that she would ask for that. It would also explain this part of the letter. It would also explain how, she, you know, because she knows about the Faria scheme. Being held in a cage for all the North to see. Sure, I guess she could lie about that. Wants the Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar. No. That's a firm no. She doesn't want people to think that Jon Snow is a liar. She wants Jon Snow's support. So that's a hard no. Like even though, well, I guess she could be lying about that. She's trying to get him to act. I think that's a no, but whatever. That's a question of motive, not in terms of knowledge. Requisite knowledge, does she know about the 6 women? I think so. Selyse, Shireen. Melisandre. Faria again is another star thing. But in terms of requisite knowledge, it could be a lie. Mance Rayder's son. So she doesn't know about the swap. So that could also be. And then Reek. Again, with Reek. Reek completely breaks Melisandre because even with the fires, like, she wouldn't hear she wouldn't hear somebody calling Theon Reek, and she wouldn't know that it's Reek who's with Faria, and she wouldn't know about the Reek nickname, so that excludes Melisandre. It can't be Melisandre. She doesn't have the requisite knowledge. And that's like a major point. That's not even like a little point. That's like actually huge. Absolutely huge. It cannot possibly be Melisandre. Melisandre's innocent, guys. Can't be Mel. It's probably not Ramsay. It might be Mance. It cannot be Melisandre. We've just eliminated her because she doesn't have the requisite knowledge. All right, let's go into Theon. Hold on, let me grab some of these. Ugh. Knows Jon is a bastard and knows that it would bother him. Ostensibly supports Stannis. Yeah, he would know that. He could lie that Stannis is dead. He could lie that they were defeated. He could lie about the magic sword. He would know about the Red Priestess. He could lie about all the friends being dead. He could lie about this. He would definitely have motive to ask him to come to Winterfell. For sure. But he doesn't know that Jon Snow said he burned Mance Rayder, so that's a problem. Jon Snow sent Mance Rayder to steal Faria. Yeah, Theon wouldn't know that. So That eliminates that possibility, right? There's no way that Reek knows this at all. No way. It's impossible. Mance Rayder is being held in a cage outside. Yeah, he could lie about that, or it could be true. Maybe he was caught, I guess. Ooh. If he was caught, no, because Theon is jumping off of the wall. So if Mance Rayder was caught, then he wouldn't know about it. So actually mentioning Mance Rayder at all also eliminates Theon as a possibility. Wants everybody to think that Jon Snow is a liar. There's no motive reason for that, but he could have requisite knowledge that it would bother Jon. Could he know that 6 women came to Winterfell? No, he couldn't. He could not possibly know that. Could he know that Faria has escaped and blame it on Jon Snow? Yeah, he could. Could he know that Selyse is with Jon Snow? No, he couldn't. Or, could he? I can't remember if he can. So I'll put a star on that. Would he know that Melisandre is with Jon Snow? Also iffy on that. I don't know about Theon's level of knowledge about Melisandre. I mean, he knows that she exists. He is Stannis' prisoner. Yeah, he is Stannis' prisoner, so yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He could know all of these as Stannis' prisoner. Could know all that. He still can't know about Mance Rayder, though. Wouldn't know about that. Because I don't think Stannis would tell him about that. That doesn't make any sense. And Stannis surely wouldn't say that Jon Snow killed Mance Rayder. He would claim credit for that. He'd be like, oh yeah, I'm the king. I burnt all these people. Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow. That's just like such a weird thing to specifically reference for Theon. I guess Stannis could want him. Does Stannis know about Mance Rayder's son? I'm gonna put a star on that. Solid maybe. I can't remember. Reek. In terms of Reek, he would know that, and he would refer to himself as Reek. So that would explain that. The big problem is that Theon doesn't know any of the details about the Mance Rayder plot. Because Stannis doesn't know any of the details about the Mance Rayder plot either, right? He's in the dark about that. So it can't possibly be Theon. It's actually even less likely to be Theon than it is to be Melisandre. Just by going through all of the things that he has to know in order to be the author. And then that's kind of the same thing with Stannis as well, right? Is Mance Rayder, he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't know about the Mance Rayder plot. He wouldn't know that Mance Rayder is being sent to Winterfell, so he couldn't do that. The thing is that, yeah, he could know that Mance got captured, but the thing is that he doesn't know any of the details about the plot, so Mance Rayder is kind of just comes out of nowhere, right? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember if he knows this. Does he know about the Reek nickname? Remember, Stannis and Mel can communicate privately through ravens. It could be a collaboration. Yeah, but the thing is that ravens take a long time to travel, and it's in the middle of winter. And, like, so many things could go wrong with that. She did foretell the Raven. Yeah. She knew that the Raven would come, but I don't think she knew specifically what would be in the Raven. Like, she just kind of knew that there would be an ominous Raven arriving, was what I understood. I'm not going to say it's impossible for Stannis to be the culprit, because there are a few things you could do to make it possible, but is it more likely than the other options? I don't know. But in terms of Reek, yeah, actually, Theon being with him, he would have the requisite knowledge. But it also is like, why is he doing that? Why is he saying, bring me Reek? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Stannis say Reek? Because he pretty much knows that Reek is Theon Greyjoy at this point. Right? So why wouldn't he say Theon Greyjoy instead of Reek? I don't know. Because Theon helped him write it? Okay, but then you would be going into, it has to be Theon and Stannis together. Right? If it is Stannis, it's Theon and Stannis. It wouldn't be Stannis on his own. So then Stannis on his own is out. And Theon on his own is also out. It has to be both of them if it is one of them. Alright, so let's go over this one. Okay. Alright, so knows that Jon Snow is a bastard. Stannis. Lying about Stannis. He would know about the Red Priest. He would lie about the friends being dead. He would lie about them being on the walls of Winterfell. He would have... Would he have motive? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm not sure about this one. Maybe we can discuss this in the chat. But let's move on. This is still a problem. Stannis would not want to say... Theon wouldn't know about it in the first place, which means it would come from Stannis, and Stannis would say that he burned Mance Rayder, not Jon Snow, so that doesn't make any sense. Jon Snow sent Mance Rayder to steal Faria. I guess Mance Rayder is being held in a cage. Sure. Wants the Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar. Or he's just goading him. Could just be goading him. Goading him. 6 women. Does Stannis know the details about the 6 women? I don't think he does. I think he knows that Mance was sent, but I don't know if he was... I don't know if he knows about the 6 women. No, unless Mel told him. Yeah, so I don't think... And that is a whole group, yeah. So then we cross that off. I mean, it's possible that Mel told him, but this is way too complicated to arrange. Faria is with Jon Snow. Yeah, he would say that. Wait, hold on. We still run into the stealing Faria thing. Right? There's still a problem there. I'm struggling to express that. Okay, anyways, Celise and Shireen. Yep, that would explain that. Melisandre, yep, that would explain that. Mance Rayder's son, yeah. That would definitely explain, like, why he's asking for him. So, that actually makes a lot of sense under the Stannis theory, if that's your main piece of evidence. And then Reek would come from Theon Greyjoy. But there's still two problems with the letter under the Stannis-Theon combined theory. But I think we've definitively removed Theon and Stannis alone. It's Stannis working with somebody to write the letter, if it is him. So, yeah. Anyways, if you're joining us, we're going through the pink letter, and we've kind of gathered all of the things that the person writing the letter needs to know. And we're seeing who on the list of these suspects knows those things. So far, we've eliminated Ramsay Bolton, although that's pretty tenuous. It's still like a maybe. Mance Rayder just checks like all of the boxes. Melisandre could not possibly be the person. Very strong no on Melisandre. Very strong no on Theon. Kind of a no on Stannis. Like, if he was writing the letter, he would use Theon. That just makes the most sense. Like, he has that asset there. He knows that they know each other. So, logically speaking, if Stannis was going to write a fake letter to Jon Snow, he would absolutely ask Theon Greyjoy, like, how do I poke this guy's buttons, right? So, if you are going to go with the Stannis theory, the stronger one is Stannis and Theon, because then there's less things that don't add up, but there's still a few things that don't add up. So it's like a maybe. And then all right, hold on, somebody's made a comment. Stannis wants a shadow baby to kill Ramsay Bolton. Yeah, that would be his motivation. But we're not looking at motivation right now, except on this statement. We're looking at requisite knowledge to see if it eliminates people, and it does eliminate people. We've already eliminated Melisandre, which is helpful to the theory, because now we know that Melisandre didn't write the letter by herself. She would have had to communicate with Stannis, who then told her things that Theon Greyjoy told her. Like, there's just so many things that would have to add up. So I don't think Melisandre is part of the theory. Let's go through Wyman Manderly. Geez, I don't remember a lot about Wyman Manderly. Would he know that Reek? We know about Reek. I don't know about that. Anyways, Jon Snow's bastard. Yep. Stannis. Yep. Stannis. Yep. Stannis. Yep. Stannis. Yep. Stannis, yep. Stannis, yep. More Stannis. Asking Jon Snow to come to Winterfell makes a lot of sense for Wyman Manderly. Like, super duper makes sense for Wyman Manderly. Yes, please come to Winterfell so you can claim Rob's crown. Does Wyman Manderly know that Jon Snow killed Mance Rayder? This one's a little iffy for me. Oh yeah, didn't he want Rickon? Yeah, he wanted Rickon. But Jon Snow's named in the will. So I mean, Jon Snow comes first because Robb legitimized him, right? He would be the older brother. Although he is asking for Rickon, so that would be like contradictory to his own actions. Why does he want Rickon? That's a good question. Why does Wyman Manderly want Rickon when he knows that Jon Snow is in the will, right? Because Wyman Manderly was, I think he was there for the will. So he knows that Jon Snow is the heir. Why is he, oh, this is weird. Okay. Anyways, another rabbit hole. Does he know that Jon Snow's, does he know about Mance Rayder? Does Wyman Manderly know about the Mance Rayder stuff? I don't know. He does know, probably that, like, he has requisite knowledge to make these claims. Right? That's pretty easy. If Mance got captured, he would. Would he, though? Isn't Wyman Manderly in White Harbor right now? Isn't he not at... Wait, where is Wyman Manderly? Oh my god. Wyman Manderly. Where are you? where the fuck is Wyman Manderly? At the beginning of the dance, he's at White Harbor. 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 Wex Pike. Sack of Winterfell. Right. Okay. Leaves White Harbor to attend the wedding of Ramsay to Arya Stark. So he's at Winterfell. He serves pies at Winterfell. He's at Winterfell. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And he doesn't leave Winterfell at the start of Winds. He's wounded. Oh man, we have like stepped in on Northern Conspiracy here. Okay. So Wyman Manderly is at Winterfell currently. So, and he was there for the wedding, so he would have requisite knowledge for the Reek thing. He knows about the Reek nickname. And he knows that Reek is gone. But does he know who Reek is? Would he use Reek Would he use the word reek to describe what's going on? I don't know that he would. Reek's a big star next to here. All right. And then the Mance Raider stuff. Okay. So I think he would also despise Reek. Yeah, he would. Yeah, Wyman Manderley would fucking hate Theon Greyjoy at this point. But he would know that Faria is gone, so that explains that. Thinking that Jon Snow's a liar could be provocation, sure. It's just the Mance Raider stuff. Mance Raider stuff is like, he knows that this isn't true. In terms of like what's happened on the page, right? So this happens. This letter would have had to be sent before. No, wait, yeah, no, this because transit time, right? This letter would have had to been sent before Theon Greyjoy jumps over into the snow with Jane Poole, right? In terms of timing. So that means that actually all of the Mance Raider stuff actually pokes holes in the Theon theory as well. It can't be Theon because it would have to be sent before Theon actually does it. I think. Hold on. The letter does have this is a new fact though. The letter does have to be sent timing wise at a certain time. Well, when is the letter sent? How do we have to go back into the chapter, don't we? And figure out the timing of when this letter was sent. We have to find an external event that's going on in the world that places this at a certain time for. Oh, what the hell happened here? Okay, hold on. We have to find an external event that's referenced in the final Jon chapter to place this at a specific place and time. But the ravens aren't instant, right? They don't travel through time. So wait, hold on. Selyse and Shireen are back at Castle Black in Jon 6, A Dance with Dragons, I think is the number. I don't know. Last chapter, right? It's the last chapter number. Oh, God. It's Jon 13. Jon 13. A Dance with Dragons. I don't know. Patchface is there too. Starving at Hardhome. Okay, so there's Starving at Hardhome. What's going on in the world? Starving at Hardhome. Jeez. We are really getting into the weeds. This was supposed to be an Illyrio video. We're too far deep now. I think I've spent more time on this than I have on Illyrio. I guess I'm making a pink letter video instead. There's arranging. Raymond Redbeard. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I didn't think of that angle, but if Mance Rayder's supposed to be dead, that makes him the apparent king to most people, unless you know that Mance Rayder's still alive. Trying to find external markers. On Let's see what the comments are saying. Brother, it is 4 a.m. Oh man, yeah, you gotta go to bed, man. This is not that important. But thank you. The night is young. We'll get to Illyrio. yeah. Because we're going to get to the Varys next, and then it'll come back to Illyrio. And then we'll be back at Illyrio. Yeah, Kusei, go to sleep, man. You need your sleep. Get some rest. There will be more videos later. Yeah, see ya. All right. Kusei's signing off. Blue Akatsuki says, all we know is Theon and the bride are gone from Winterfell at the time of writing, or else not ask for them. The rest can't be verified, and so we can assume they are lies. Right. Yeah, so Theon being gone, Faria being gone, does date the letter to post-Theon escape. Kind of. So let's go through like when it would happen for each of them. In terms of Ramsay sending the letter himself, it's pretty clearly right after Mance Rayder, Theon escapes. And then there would have had to been 7 days of battle afterwards for it to be true, which is weird. I don't know. Mance Rayder sending the letter just dates it to honestly doesn't date it at all. Mance Rayder is still a good possibility. Melisandre we're not even going to consider because she's out. Theon we're not going to consider because he's out. Stannis we're not going to consider because Theon plus Stannis. So Theon plus Stannis. When does this date the letter to? It would firmly date it as happening like in Winds of Winter, because he hasn't met up with Stannis yet until Winds of Winter, right? So there's a timing problem as well with the Stannis Theon thing. There's a big timing problem with it. Oh. Why is there a big timing problem? Well, because Ramsay Bolton would have also then released word that Jane Poole is gone, and would have put a bounty out on both Reek and Arya. Right, he would have sent word out. The Wall would have heard about this chronologically before Theon has the time to sit down and write a letter with Stannis, right? Because he doesn't just arrive in Stannis' camp and then Stannis immediately walks up to him and is like, oh yes, we're going to write a letter, right? Like that would not happen immediately. What would happen is that Stannis' outriders catch Theon Greyjoy, right? Oh, hold on. Let me get some graphics going here, all right? So, where's Winterfell? Let's just copy that one. And put that right there. Okay. So Theon escapes from Winterfell, right? And Stannis is way over here. But he's got like little outriders on his camp. Okay. So Theon escapes. And let's get a map in here too, because then you guys will understand, right? I think we really need to look at the geography of the situation. Which will make things a lot clearer for you guys, because I'm thinking about this geographically speaking. Okay, so here's a map. All right. Winterfell is 3 days from the Crofters village where Stannis is. Okay, that's a fact. That's not something that we can change to fit our theory. We have to make our theory fit the fact that Stannis is 3 days away. So maybe I should put Winterfell on this side of the screen. And Stannis is on this side of the screen. Oh my god. Okay, come on. Alright. So Theon's in Winterfell, right? And Stannis is over here in the Crofters Village, and he's got Outriders a day away from his main host, as is standard in the medieval era, right? So Stannis himself is here 3 days away from Winterfell, and his Outriders are somewhere here. A day away. Probably somewhere like here. Watching that road. Maybe some other Outriders watching here. At the edge of the hunting woods. Okay. And Theon is here. What's the first thing he's gonna do when he runs away, right? First thing he's gonna do. Think about geographically what Winterfell looks like. Where is the map? Oh, God. Oh, I have it somewhere. Bear with me. Where is Winterfell? Where are you? I made a map of you. I have a map of Winterfell, guys. Give me a second. Here we go. I'm going to put this in my my other folder because I keep losing it. Settlement maps. All right. Here's Winterfell. All right. You got Wintertown on one end and the forest on the other end. And here's Winterfell itself. Okay. We know that Wintertown was burned by Ramsay Bolton and it's still a ruin as of Turncloak. Right? So Theon isn't going to go this way because there's nothing here. He's probably not going to go this way because there's like open fields. The way that he's going to go is west. He's going to try to dip into the Wolf's Wood because it's 2 miles beyond Wintertown, right? Hunter's Gate opens directly on fields forests, allowing riders to come and go without first passing through Wintertown. Okay, so he's gonna go this way when he escapes in the winds of winter. He's jumped off and he's gonna head this way. Ultimately, like he's gonna go for the Wolf's Wood. All right. So we got the Wolf's Wood, right? That's where Theon is going. If he wants to escape the riders, right? Because that's the key point, is that he has to escape the riders who are going to ride out of Winterfell. They're immediately going to try to catch him. How do you escape horses? The only way you can escape horses is if you go in the woods, because they can't ride faster than you in the thick woods of the Wolf's Wood. So he has to go to the Wolf's Wood, which brings him in contact with Stannis Baratheon. Wow, it's almost like George R. Martin thought this through or something. Anyways, right, so Theon, even if Stannis' Outriders are a day out from him as is standard, right? That's still 2 days that Theon has to travel in order to get to Stannis. It's 3 days to the Crofters Village. So if we assume on day 2 of Theon running away, he runs into the Outriders, and then the Outriders catch him. Then it takes another day for him to get to Stannis, and it's been 3 days. So after 3 days, Theon is in front of Stannis. So there's 3 days between Theon Greyjoy jumping off the wall, running into the Wolf's Wood, and then running to Stannis' Outriders. That takes 3 days. That's a fact. It takes 3 days. It's listed as 3 days. I don't think Theon is doing that any faster on foot. Right? So that kind of times when the letter happens. If it is Theon and Stannis, it's 3 days after Faria has been missing, which means that for 3 days, what's his face? Ramsay hasn't sent any letter. Yeah, have a good night, Harshmallow. Merry Christmas to you as well. Fake Arya was also injured in the jump. Theon had to carry her, so it would have been slow going. So yeah, like 3 days is being like generous here. On foot. 1 wounded. And he's carrying her. Minimum 3 days. Minimum. Assuming the Outriders catch Theon, which I guess they would have to explain how Theon evades Ramsay's men. But for 3 days, minimum 3 days, Ramsay Bolton doesn't send any ravens out to any of the other lords or the Night's Watch to be on the lookout for these 2 fugitives. He doesn't send a pink letter to Jon Snow saying, "Give me back my wife," right? Because that would be, in my mind, like as Ramsay Bolton, you know, Crowfood's men found them. Tycho Nestoris brought them to camp. Is that what happens in Winds? I haven't read the sample chapter in a while. He's been brought to the Crofters' village by somebody. In either case, it's been a few days, right? Within a few days, Ramsay Bolton would have the ability to send Jon Snow a letter saying, at the very least, be on the lookout for these fugitives. If I find that you're harboring them, you know, like I feel like Ramsay Bolton would be the kind of guy who's going to send out a letter to all of the lords in the north being like, everybody is on the lookout for these fugitives. This would be a massive scandal. Right. Which implies that it was written right as it happens or right before it happens. Anyways, yeah, so there's like more evidence pointing to Stannis not being the one. Mance Raider, Wyman Manderly. He could know about Mance Raider if you subscribe to the Northern conspiracy sort of stuff. But let's say you don't, right? If you don't, then there's no way that Wyman Mannerly knows all this stuff. There's simply no way. So, for Wyman Manderly to be the guy who sent the letter, it has to be Northern conspiracy. You must accept it if you're going to accept Wyman Manderly being the candidate. Otherwise, that's a big fat no on Wyman Manderly. Mad John is saying, admitting he lost the wife that gives him legitimacy while risking someone realizing said wife is fake. Well, that's another reason, like motivation reason for not sending the pink letter. You know, just as a, like if that's valid, then it's also valid that Ramsay Bolton isn't sending this letter. Which again would place this before this happening, right? Like, there's a timing issue here. Is it possible? You were mentioning Ramsay had time to send the letter. I was saying that he wouldn't have time to send the letter. Huh? Yeah, I'm saying he wouldn't have time to send the letter because it was sent early. I'm trying to say that this whole sequence happens. If this whole sequence happens, then Ramsay can send a letter first, and he probably would. Saying he wouldn't want to, right? But we're not questioning motives right now. I'm trying to keep this. I mean, we're questioning motives a little bit for like the most on your nose stuff, but like we're trying to work out logistically, like outside of motives, can we eliminate people? So we've eliminated Melisandre. You know, even though she has all these motives for doing it, logistically speaking, she can't know about Reek. And Theon logistically can't know about Mance Rayder. Right? And Stannis couldn't have done it alone, I don't think. Or he wouldn't have done it alone. He would have done it with Theon Greyjoy or with Melisandre. He would have done it with someone. He wouldn't have done it alone. And then Wyman Manderly requires you to accept that Wyman Manderly is part of the Northern Conspiracy and that the Northern Conspiracy knows about Mance Rayder. I don't know if there's any evidence that Wyman Manderly knows about Mance Rayder. So for now, I'm just going to mark that as no. I don't think it's Wyman Manderly. He is in Winterfell, though. I should note that down somewhere. Wyman Manderly is at Winterfell at the relevant time. If Theon Greyjoy is involved, would have need to spend minimum 3 days travel time to write the letter. Probably 4 days, including talking for a day and writing the letter for a day. Right, because the letter doesn't just spontaneously come into existence. Somebody had to spend time writing this. And somebody had to have the Pink seal. Right? Pink wax. Okay. Pink wax. Yes. Ramsey has pink wax. Pink wax. Mance Rayder is in Winterfell. He's in the walls. It would be very convoluted, but he could, in theory, get the pink wax. Melisandre. Could she get the pink wax? Would she even know about the pink wax? I don't think she would know about the pink wax. I don't know if she would know that. Could she make it with beets? Maybe, but it's like a really big reach. Theon Greyjoy. Would Theon Greyjoy have pink wax and the seal and everything? No. Theon Greyjoy alone, if he's escaping, right? He's escaped. He would not have the resources to do this on his own. So that's another reason that it can't be Theon Greyjoy on his own. It would have to be after he meets up with Stannis. Right? So that's another thing with Stannis that dates the letter after he's gone with Faria. Right? Because Theon didn't pack the pink wax with him. Right? If Theon and Stannis are working together, that means in terms of time frame, Theon spends 3+ days escaping. Theon spends 1+ days talking with Stannis about this and writing the letter. And they would have to spend time making the pink wax. All of that would have to line up in very quick succession before somebody else tells Jon Snow what's happened in Winterfell. Because this is the first that they're hearing about it, right? They're not hearing about it through somebody else and then hearing about... Sorry, excuse me. They're not hearing about it through somebody else and then hearing it through Ramsay, right? Because if this happens, if this is what happened, and Theon Greyjoy is the one who sent this in combination with Stannis, then they're risking the fact that Ramsay or somebody else informs Jon Snow first and kind of steals their thunder. Right? If this has actually happened. And the whole point of the letter in terms of this theory is that they want to provoke urgency, like an urgent response from Jon Snow. They don't want him to think heavily about this letter. They want to surprise him with it. And so, like, what? They're spending multiple days? Right? Because Stannis would have to convince Theon to write this letter, and he would have to describe what this letter is going to be. I don't know, there's a lot of things that have to line up. It's unlikely. It's unlikely because of the time frame. The most likely thing so far is Mance Rayder. I mean, I don't know. Like, all the facts are lining up. It's just so easy. Everything that we bring up, every single complication that we bring up is explained by Mance Rayder, guys. I don't know. It's looking like it's Mance Rayder. I never believed this before, but when you analyze it like this, it's looking like it's Mance Rayder. In terms of, like, what needs to happen in order to do this. Setting aside motivation, like, all the pieces fall into place for Mance Rayder to send this, which is super interesting. Anyways, let's just for fun, we'll analyze Varys. I don't think it's Varys, but it's a fun suggestion. All right, he's a bastard, sure. He knows about Stannis. Stannis is dead. I mean, why would he say that though? Why would Varys say that? I mean, sure, he could lie, but like, why would he do that? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. It was star that. Why would Varys say that he's dead? He's defeated in battle. Sure, Varys could lie about that, but again, why? Stannis had a Mattish sword. Sure. He had a Red Priestess. Sure. Stannis' friends are dead. Sure. But why would he do that? Stannis' friends are on the walls of Winterfell. Sure, he could lie about that, but again, why do that? Asking Jon Snow to come to Winterfell. Come to Winterfell. Break your oath, Jon Snow. Again, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, he has the requisite knowledge to do it, but it doesn't really make sense. Then we get into complicated stuff. Okay. Does Varys know about Reek? Does Varys know about Reek, guys? Does he assert that Reek is with Jon Snow? No. No, Varys wouldn't say that. No, that's very specific. He could possibly know about Reek nickname, but I don't know, guys. That's really tenuous. Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow. I don't know about this. Knows details about the Mance Rayder scheme. Yeah, it's just not really wants the world to. Okay, sure, he could be goading Jon Snow, sure. This would require Mance Rayder to have been caught, kind of. Like, there's just... Like, I'm just trying to think of all the people who know about the Mance Rayder scheme. Stannis knows, but Stannis isn't an agent of Varys, and Stannis wouldn't be stupid enough to tell people, right? He would keep that a secret. Also, Stannis doesn't know about Mance Rayder. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. Stannis doesn't know about Mance Rayder if he's cooperating only with Theon. If he's... Alright, hold on. This would require him to coordinate with Melisandre as well, which adds more time, right? If it's just Stannis and Theon, there is absolutely no way in hell that he knows about Mance Rayder. On their own? No. There's no way. It can't be just Stannis and Theon. It has to be Stannis, Theon, and Melisandre, which requires more time for the Ravens to go back and forth. It's just not making any sense in terms of timing, guys. Right? Because if the letter arrives after Ramsay Bolton has sent his own letter, which is a serious risk, all of their thunder is stolen. And the purpose of getting Jon Snow to come is completely inert. Yeah, like it don't make sense. You have to include Melisandre, and then when you include Melisandre, the timing doesn't make any sense. It would take weeks to line this plot up. Weeks, and we're gonna say that Jon Snow hasn't heard about this yet? Nope, not plausible. Not plausible at all. It's possible, but it's just not plausible. Time spent going back and forth with Melisandre via ravens. No. And yeah, there's also like no real reason for them to focus on Mance Rayder. Like there's so much focus on Mance Rayder in this letter, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of who sent this letter. I feel like in terms of logistics, what needs to line up. Like we can come up with motive stuff later, but like in terms of like what needs to happen and what you need to know in order to write this letter, guys, it's looking like it's Mance Rayder. Anyways, yeah, so again with the Mance Rayder stuff, like why does, I mean, Varys knows about Mance Rayder, but Varys doesn't know what Mance Rayder looks like, and there's been no public declaration from Ramsay Bolton that he's captured Mance Rayder. So this would mean that Varys has to have assets in both the Wall and Winterfell. I could believe Winterfell. That's believable. Okay, let's just accept that at face value for a second, just to work along with the theory. All right, so he's got an asset in Winterfell, but Varys is all the way in King's Landing. So whatever happens in Winterfell, there's at least a day's delay of Varys knowing about it. And then on top of the day delay, there's, the delay from the Raven going all the way to the Wall. So that would add another day. So that's 2 days minimum. Two-day delay minimum. For it to be Varys. Assuming he knows all of this stuff. And he would have to have an asset at the Wall, right? Because the people in Winterfell don't know about Mance Rayder at this point. They don't know enough about it. So Varys has an asset at the Wall. Who is Varys' asset at the Wall? Like, I don't know. Who is Varys' asset at the Wall? Like, it's not Clyde. It's not the steward. Clytus. Sorry. Who would it be? Dolores Ed? Satin? I forget who Dolores Ed is. I didn't pay much attention to the people's names at the Wall. It just kind of like blur to me. I'm like, I don't care. Tollet. Tollet is from the Vale. They're sworn to the Royces. Uh-oh. Loose connection. Although he's there all the way in A Clash of Kings. And that they're trying to dispose Baelish. So I don't think it's not him. It's not Dolores Ed. That's not his asset. That doesn't really make any sense. Who's Varys' asset? Satin? Melisandre is one of Varys' little birds. Come on, man. Satin. Okay, Satin maybe. All right, he's a working guy. Sure, that would seem to fit the profile. He's in Gulltown. Okay. Plausible. I'll say it's there's no evidence, but sure, why not? All right. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that there's somebody in Winterfell and Satin is his asset. Jaqen was being sent to the wall, but he's not at the wall. So whoever Varys' asset is at the wall is somebody else. I guess it could be Alliser Thorne, right? He's a Targaryen sympathizer. He hates Jon Snow. He could be in communication with Varys. Yeah, Varys tries to get Janos Slynt elected, and Janos Slynt's friend at the Watch is Alliser Thorne. They're quick, fast friends. Yeah, I think. Oh my god. Is Alliser Thorne an asset of Varys? Ooh, that's juicy. No evidence except circumstantial stuff, but for the sake of this theory, yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right? It would make sense, but it would have to suppose that all of these things line up perfectly. That Varys comes into the information within a, like, there's a perfect transfer of information here, so that it only costs a 2-day delay. I don't know, guys. All right, let's see. If he has Alliser Thorne as an asset, I mean, this just isn't true, though. I don't know why he would say that. It's another Star thing. Like, why would you say that? Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow and asks for him. Like, why? What does Varys want with Mance Rayder's son? That doesn't make any sense. Asserts that Melisandre is with Jon Snow. Sure, Varys knows that. I guarantee he knows that. You know, Shireen is with the Night's Watch and stuff. Okay, sure. Arya. Again, there's an inconsistency here. It means that Mance Rayder has been captured. So under this theory, hold on, Mance Rayder would have to be captured, and then Mance Rayder would also have to fess up to all of this stuff under torture, which is how Varys learns of it, right? Because even if Alliser Thorne or Satin is Varys' source at the wall, he still wouldn't know about the Mance Rayder scheme, because only a handful of people were in on the Mance Rayder scheme. So it would have to mean that Mance Rayder was tortured and revealed all this information, which again is like several days, because Mance Rayder is going to hold up to torture, right? He's not going to spill the beans right away, probably. You know, so again, this doesn't make any sense. He doesn't have the requisite knowledge. Varys actually doesn't know all of this stuff. So it can't be Varys. Wow, we've actually found something that Varys isn't guilty of. That's crazy. Never thought I'd see the day. No, it's not Varys, guys. There's just too many things that don't add up. Mance Rayder is also tortured? Alright. I'm going to go through this one more time for everybody who's just joining. Alright. So we have our suspects of who sent the pink letter. Looking at the pink letter, guys. Alright. So what we've done is we've examined the pink letter, and we are not looking at motive right now. So in order for somebody to have written the pink letter, right, they need to know certain things, because certain things are contained in the letter. If you don't know these things, then you can't have written it in the letter, is the assumption. Otherwise, you're just like ass-pulling Mance Rayder for no reason, right? Or ass-pulling Reek for no reason, right? So it's not like Hot Pie randomly wrote Jon Snow and was like, oh yeah, you should come to Winterfell and give me back Reek, right? Like, somebody has to know these things in order to send the letter. So we outlined pretty much every single thing that you need to know that needs to line up for you to have written the pink letter. And we came up with a couple of hot contenders, and we're analyzing through them together. And the audience has been helping me out with this big time, pointing out some things to me, all right? So maybe I'll move Mance Rayder to the end. Okay. So the first one you start with is the most obvious, right? Ramsay Bolton. Did he send the letter? There's a lot of things that do line up, but there's other things that don't line up. He wouldn't use the name Reek to ask Jon Snow for Theon Greyjoy back. He would use something else like my man, or I don't know if he would name Theon, but he would use a different word, because Jon Snow is going to have no idea who Reek is, right? He might know that Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow. It assumes torture. So actually we should do... well, I guess this is just kind of part of the theory. It assumes that Mance Rayder has been captured and it has been tortured. So that necessarily requires like a few days, because Mance Rayder needs time to be tortured, right? He makes a weird comment about Mance Rayder's son being with Jon Snow. Like, yes, he would think that if he's tortured Mance Rayder, but why would he ask for Mance Rayder's son is a little weird. Like, and why would Mance Rayder tell Ramsay that even under torture? I think Mance Rayder would probably take that to his grave. So it's a little weird. And then also, according to both Mance Rayder and Ramsay Bolton, as far as they would know, Stannis was the one who ostensibly burned Mance Rayder. Like, this isn't something that Ramsay Bolton would say, so it doesn't line up. And then, so in terms of everybody else, the North is going to know you're a liar. That makes sense as like a provocation to just get Jon Snow like out of his own head. But in terms of like Ramsay Bolton, like there's no reason for him to portray Jon Snow as a liar and to call him a liar in the letter. So that one's a bit more motivation based, but in terms of logistics based, like I guess logistically he could do it, but there's this one doesn't line up logistically, so it's like not for certain that he hasn't done it. Also, we were examining like who has the physical capability to send a letter with pink wax, right? Ramsay obviously has that ability because he owns the pink wax. So there's lots of things that do line up, but there's a few things that are like, I'm iffy on this one. It seems less clear cut. And then we went through Melisandre, and she was the first person we eliminated outright. So she knows a lot of things, and she has a big. She doesn't really have a motivation for asking Jon to come to Winterfell, but it could like just make him do something. I don't know. But the big thing was Reek. Melisandre wouldn't know about Reek even with all of her visions, because her visions don't like give her that kind of specific information. It's like vague stuff. It's like the woman, the girl on the gray girl on the horse, right? It's not specifically like, oh, it's Arya Stark. Oh, it's specifically a guy named Reek who's coming. She wouldn't know about Reek, so it can't be her, right? She can't have done this herself. Okay, then the next idea is maybe it was Theon himself. He's running away, he's like hidden, and maybe, oh yeah, there's also like the Raven question, if Theon is doing this himself. Hold on. I didn't think about that either. Okay. There's even another layer to this, that Theon can't do it. Theon doesn't have ravens up his sleeve. Like, he can't send the letter. He physically can't send it. He also didn't put, wax in his pockets to send this letter. He didn't pack parchment with him when he was jumping over the wall. He didn't pack a quill with ink. Like, he doesn't have any of the things, logistically speaking, to send it by himself, let alone all this other stuff. He doesn't know about the Mance Rayder stuff by himself, right? He doesn't have that knowledge. He also would have no motivation to ask for Mance Rayder's son, given that he wouldn't know this. So that's actually another thing. He wouldn't know that on his own. And then Stannis, I was kind of going through it, and it just didn't make sense for Stannis to send it on his own. Also, Reek, I put check marks there because Theon could have told him, but that would also require him to be with Theon, so it's a different category, right? It's Theon and Stannis together, right? So then we moved, so we've already eliminated 3 people. Okay, we've eliminated Melisandre. It can't possibly have been Melisandre on her own. It can't possibly have been Theon Greyjoy on his own. It can't possibly have been Stannis on his own. Maybe it was Stannis and Theon together. All right, it does explain a bit more. There's still the Mance Rayder problem, which is a big problem, because Stannis on his own with Theon doesn't know about the Mance Rayder problem. It requires Melisandre to be participating in this. And there's also a timing issue. So, but based on the fact that he can't know it, the Mance Rayder stuff without Melisandre telling him, that turns into a different category of theory. So it's also for sure not Stannis alone and not Theon. It's not Theon and Stannis together. Right, it has to be Theon, Stannis, and Melisandre together. So then we get into timing stuff. So even with all of this, Melisandre still doesn't know about the 6 spear wives. So that's a detail that was included that pokes a hole in the theory. And also the whole Jon Snow claiming to have burned Mance Rayder. Stannis wouldn't say that, and Melisandre wouldn't say that, and Theon wouldn't say that. But more importantly is the timing thing. Okay, so this is the thing I got in the bottom left here. So in order to explain this, you have to look at it geographically, right? So Theon jumps off the wall. He's carrying Jane Poole in his arms because her leg is like broken or something. So he's on foot with one of them wounded, and he's carrying somebody, and it normally takes you 3 days to get to the Crofters' village. And we'll assume that the Outriders are a day away from Stannis' host. That would be the standard medieval thing to do. So Theon, after 2 days, runs into the Outriders on an optimistic timeline, but then it's not just that, right? So Theon gets to Stannis optimistically after 3 days, but then he would have to spend a day at minimum talking to Stannis and physically writing the letter, which we'll say takes a day, right? And you have to spend time making the pink wax because Stannis doesn't have pink wax on hand. He would have to make it with beets, right? So he has to wait for all of the chemical process to go forward. And on top of that, the Raven would also... The Raven would spend a day traveling to the Wall. Right? Because the letter has to get to Jon Snow. So already, we're talking about 3, 4, 5 days minimum. And since Melisandre is involved, right, that Raven has to spend a day as well, right? Because you have to have this back and forth with Melisandre. So that's another day in the timeline. So we got 3, 4, 5, 6 days pass. Okay, 6 days pass. Now, it is possible, right? It is possible that they take 6 days. But within 6 days, would Ramsay Bolton not put the word out that he's looking for Arya? Would Jon Snow not already hear that something has gone on at Winterfell, right? After 6 days? Right? The whole Stannis Mel Theon theory hinges on they're trying to get Jon Snow to do this thing to have shadow babies or whatever. It requires him to like be in the spur of the moment, not thinking at all. It has to be a gut reaction, which means that it has to be the first word that he hears about this, because that's the time when he's going to be most emotionally vulnerable to doing the thing that you want him to do. So you are going to spend 6 days before the letter arrives to him and just assume that Ramsay Bolton doesn't send him a letter in the meantime, or that word doesn't reach Jon Snow through some other means, right? Through, I don't know, the wildlings pass it up the chain or something, or Manderley writes Jon Snow, right? Somebody in the Northern Conspiracy could write him, or Davos writes him, right? Because Davos is in White Harbor, and he would hear about Winterfell faster than the Wall probably would. Why wouldn't Davos write to Jon Snow about Arya going missing? That seems like a Davos thing to do. I don't know, there's like a lot of explanations that don't line up. So I think we can say on timing, it's highly unlikely to be Stannis, Theon, and Melisandre. Then we get to Wyman Manderley. Okay, now here's the thing. I evaluated this based on not the Northern Conspiracy. Okay, if you do accept that it's Wyman Manderley, then you have to accept that Wyman Manderley is both part of the Northern Conspiracy and that the Northern Conspiracy is in on things with Mance Rayder, which means in a roundabout way, the letter is Mance Rayder, right? Either option implicates Mance Rayder in the pink letter. And then we looked at Varys, which was just kind of a joke thing. I don't think people were seriously suggesting that, but, you know, since I was talking about Varys so often, I thought we would do it, and basically, no, he can't, right? The timing doesn't line up, and also, I don't think he would use Reek with Jon Snow, even if he might know it, and then there's also things that don't make sense for him to ask for, and things that don't make sense for him to claim. There's just a lot of big question marks compared to the big guy, Mance Rayder. Everything lines up. Every single thing that needs to happen happens if Mance Rayder is the one who sent the letter. Like, setting aside motive here, everything that he needs to know, he knows. Everything in terms of timing lines up perfectly. And most of the motive stuff lines up as well. There's just a few questions. So, like, I didn't think it was Mance Rayder at the start of this. I thought it was like Theon or somebody. Or maybe Stannis. Or maybe just Ramsay himself, and we were all just overthinking it. But I like actually going through it systematically, it is a very strong case for Mance. Like, even though it might be Wyman Manderley, or it might be Stannis, like, the strongest case, right? Even though those are possibilities, the strongest, most likeliest candidate here is Mance Rayder, due to all of our stuff. All right, I'm going to look at the chat again because I just dropped some bombs. The hooded man could have sent the letter with what raven? What raven does the hooded man have? He doesn't have any ravens. He's just some guy in the wilderness. He could have sent a rider, but he didn't. It was a raven, so it wasn't the hooded man. It's a really good point. Whoever sent the letter would have had to know that Ramsay wasn't sending out letters about Arya. The letter is useless unless the first news Jon Snow, unless it's the first news that Jon Snow gets about her. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Mance informed about Reek, is Mance that informed about Reek? Ramsay's complex about bastardry or the skinning stuff? Also, why would he want the queen and daughter? So that's about motive stuff, but in terms about how he would know about Reek, like, he's in the walls of Winterfell, so he could overhear those conversations. And it would also explain why he uses Reek and not another name, because he's seeing this Reek guy, but Mance Rayder has never met Theon Greyjoy, and he doesn't know what he looks like, and he doesn't know that it's Theon Greyjoy. So he just assumes that this guy who's being called Reek is just called Reek. He just assumes that that's his real name, and that's why he asks for him. I think that this is limited to people in Winterfell who would have known whether ravens were leaving to inform lords that Arya had escaped. Yeah, that's a good point. Is that people in Winterfell would have seen the raven going off, which goes into Northern Conspiracy, Wyman Manderley territory, but again, that in a roundabout way makes Mance Rayder responsible for the letter, right? Maybe Wyman Manderley didn't write the letter, but like he sent it on behalf of Mance Rayder. I don't know. That could be a possibility, but like everything strongly points to Mance Rayder, which is like, oh man, this is wild, because I never thought of that. Well, I mean, I thought of it, but I didn't think it was the likely thing. I remember an old Order of Green Hand video, and their theory suggested it was the Night's Watch. Yeah, except it can't be the Night's Watch because they don't have the requisite knowledge. But let's go through that. Let's go through it. Night's Watch. I'll show you why it cannot possibly be the Night's Watch. Okay. Let's see if we can find a Night's Watch symbol. Let's just use this image to represent the Night's Watch. All right. It's not the Night's Watch, guys. All right. So I know Jon Snow's bastard. I know Jon Snow supports Stannis. They would lie that Stannis is dead, sure. I mean, there's a motive question there, but whatever. They're trying to get him to leave, I guess, is the motive. Get out of here, Jon Snow. Friends are dead. They're all screwed. Making Jon Snow go to Winterfell makes a lot of sense. Get out of here, Jon Snow. Not everybody at the Night's Watch knows that Jon Snow actually killed Mance Rayder. So there's problems with that. I'm going to put a star on it because it's not objectively false. Like, there are people at the Night's Watch who knows. But there are certain people, Clydas, didn't watch the execution. So there's people who don't know that Jon Snow did it. And it's not really circulating. So that kind of puts a bummer on that theory. And then also, they don't have the requisite knowledge. The Night's Watch don't know that Mance Rayder was sent to steal Faria. As far as the Night's Watch know, like, there's only a handful of people in on this plot. They just don't have the requisite knowledge. How would they know that Mance Rayder is even alive? In terms of wanting the Northerners to think that Jon Snow is a liar, sure, makes sense. 6 women. Not even Melisandre knows that, so nope. Night's Watch definitely doesn't know where those women have gone. As far as they know, they could have been sent to the Queen's land. Would the Night's Watch know that Faria is loose? No. No, they would not know that. Do they know that Selyse is with him? Yeah. They know that Shireen is with him? Yeah. They know that Melisandre is with him? Yep. Mance Rayder's son is with Jon Snow? Yeah, sure. Would the Night's Watch know about Reek, guys? Would they know about Reek? No. No, the Night's Watch firmly do not know about Reek. It's not anybody in the Night's Watch. Absolutely not. Big fat no on the Night's Watch. Hard no. Alright. Is Mance trying to send Jon a coded message? It's almost like he wants Jon to think it might be him. Maybe. I don't know. Theon sent the letter before jumping off the wall. Yeah, but we know he didn't. We have access to Theon's brain. He didn't do that. Why couldn't Mel have seen Reek in her fires? Well, she could have, but she wouldn't know that his name is Reek is the problem. It's not like the visions aren't that specific, so it's not her. I feel like I've walked into someone's coke-fueled conspiracy. Yeah, fair enough. That's kind of how it went. It started with Illyrio, and then somebody asked me about the pink letter, and I was like, oh, I can cover this really quickly, and then spiraled out of control. Fair enough. I do think that just because of Mance's child, it's got to be Mance. No one else has motive. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that I didn't fully explore motive here, but like when you look at the motives as well, let's can we find another symbol? Smiley face. Yellow smiley face means that he would have motive to do this. Yeah, he'd have motive to do this because he's trying to provoke him. 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 He's building legitimacy. He's building legitimacy. Trying to provoke him. Trying to provoke him. Trying to get him to come to Winterfell for certain reasons. That makes sense. Mance Rayder would probably think this, and he's really full of himself, so yeah. He would know about that. That makes sense. This makes sense. Again, with the Mance Rayder focus. This makes sense, because Mance Rayder is kind of peeved at Jon Snow for kind of backstabbing him. This would make sense as well. This would be provocation. This would be provocation and building legitimacy. Building legitimacy. Building legitimacy. Super duper big motive. Very, very much smiley face. 2 smiley faces. Like, it's the one that makes the most sense for why he would ask for his son back. And then the Reek stuff, as I explained. He's listening through the walls, and then that makes the most sense for why he would use Reek. So, in terms of motive, everything also lines up. Everything lines up for Mance Rayder. And the other guys, although some things do line up for Ramsay, there's like also some question marks. Night's Watch, nothing really lines up. Melisandre, there's the Reek part that doesn't line up. Theon, it doesn't line up. Stannis, it doesn't line up. Stannis and Theon, it doesn't line up. Stannis, Theon, and Melisandre, it doesn't line up. And then Wyman Manderley just assumes a lot for the Northern Conspiracy, but it could be true, I guess. And that Varys makes no sense. But Mance Rayder has no problems. I've yet to see a problem with this theory. Like, thinking about it logically speaking, Mance Rayder is a really strong contender. And I started this by not really thinking that it was Mance Rayder. I always thought that was like a tinfoil hat theory, but now that I'm here and I've gone through this with you guys, like, I don't know, I think Mance Rayder is pretty strong. Right. Pretty sure Val wants to kill Shireen, so I guess that could explain Mance putting that in. Stannis doesn't care about Solis, but Shireen is his heir. Maybe Mance is trying to hurt Stannis through Shireen. Yeah. What do you think of Mance sending Jon a coded message, saying that bit about the King Beyond the Wall and his mission as confirmation of his real identity to Jon and the rest? Okay, so supposing that Mance is sending Jon a coded message, what is he saying in code? That I made it to Winterfell and I've been installed successfully, please come? Like, that doesn't really... I don't know, what message is he sending? That's kind of convoluted. What's the reason Mance isn't just writing Jon as himself? Because Jon sees Mance as an expendable asset, and Mance would know this given the fact that Jon pretty much says it right in his face. And also the fact that Jon Snow sends him on this suicide mission and is holding Mance Rayder's son as a hostage to make sure that Mance Rayder does the mission. So that would be the reason that he's doing it not as himself. Have we considered the possibility of someone writing the pink letter in one location, sending it with a rider to another location, and then having it released by Raven there? That really has nothing to do with it. What we're looking at is like, because certain pieces of information are in the letter, that limits the amount of people who could have written the letter, right? If we look at this, Melisandre is eliminated because the information contained in the letter is something that we know that Melisandre doesn't know on her own. It would mean that Melisandre was in communication with Theon Greyjoy through Stannis. So Melisandre on her own can't have done it. You would have to assume that she's in contact with Stannis and Theon, right? So, like, the logistics of sending from another location doesn't really matter in terms of narrowing things down. Motive, though. That's why I think it's a big code. It's a code. It's me, Vance. Come to Winterfell. Bring these people. I think Mance is trying to get out of this hostage crisis. Like, he doesn't want to be here on this suicide mission. Mance Rayder does not care about Winterfell. He has no reason to really be here other than Jon said, I'm going to kill your family if you don't. So, you know, that's a thing. Why would he tell Jon to bring his baby to Winterfell? Because Mance could leave Winterfell, intercept the baby on the road, and then get out of Dodge. He also says black crows, which is a Mance thing to say. Ooh, yeah, good catch. Let's look at the letter again. Here's the letter, guys. Look at how much focus there is on Mance Rayder in this letter. Black crows. Why would anybody else say black crows? Yeah. Anyways, so this was the most long-winded answer possible to what I think about the pink letter theory. I think I'm gonna have to make a pink letter video at this point, because now I've done all this research. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put something together. Make it not a 4-hour video, make it a much shorter, ideally hour-long video. Anyways. It's been pretty great, but I think this is actually a good place to end things. I've been going for 5 hours now. I didn't plan to go this long, and I think if I got into Illyrio, things would spiral out of control again. I'll go back to Illyrio on my own time, but I'll probably be making a pink letter video with all this analysis. Thanks for the help, guys. Your comments were super useful. And I hope you guys have a good night and happy holidays. And yeah, save the questions for next time, as in non-pink letter questions. Yes. Next time I'll be like, no, I'm not answering any pink letter questions. I've already done that. Thanks for the help, everybody, and thanks for hanging out. Happy holidays, everybody. I'll be ending the stream if I can figure out how to do that.